Ew.
Ah.
Fucking
Ah.
weirdo. Ah,
What the
sigh.
fuck? What the fuck is your fucking problem, bitch?
I have lots of fucking problems, okay? I've been in the fucking trenches, you
Just the other day,
bitch.
I heard a host say, matter of fact, what could a host say with a bitch like this and a bitch this pay? Shit, what could a host say? Bad so
To
expensive,
get
my
a
pussy
job.
came with it. Body knows so nice they be saying who did it. What did I have for lunch? I
Yeah.
ate some, like, pasta with diced tomatoes and Alfredo. All my hotties in chat, run it up. Run it up, hotties. I was not moaning, I was doing the fucking ah.
Yeah, don't worry about it, guys. She's only just this weird every time I'm here specifically. That's whatever.
Hi everyone! Yen will be joining us soon. She's just eating dinner at 11 o'clock at night.
Based?
Why are y'all speaking in has-been humor? What?
This is true. I have noticed that from you.
I do not watch Has-Been Hotel.
You seem like the type.
Hi, Chuli. Oh, and hi, faggot. That's what one of my chatters said.
Oh, I guess then I'll just... if people want me to go, then
No!
it is what it is.
Sorry, that was so fucking loud.
It's whatever.
Hi, chat. How are we doing today? This music feels like too soothing for what we're doing right now. I need like lo-fi beats. Lo-fi hip-hop, royalty-free. Here, let's put on some royalty-free. Oh, this sounds cool. I just eated dinner. There's something in your DMs that Ace doesn't want us to see. I can show it on stream. Oh no. Okay. I need hyperpop. I don't want a hyperpop right now.
Oh, it's what... Yeah, if that's from Fishy, then yeah, I know exactly what they're talking about. Which is nothing. It's nothing.
Oh yeah,
you don't have to see it.
I've seen the fusion.
For that reason, I'm retiring the voice. I can never do it again after that.
So who is excited for today's stream? Who are y'all confronting specifically besides Ephraim? Guys, that's the thing. We're not confronting Ephraim today. And do you guys want to know why? Do you guys want to know why we're not confronting Ephraim today?
Because he's a good guy?
No.
Fuck.
Don't ever say that again.
Gulps?
I'm gonna eat Ace's kneecaps.
Ew. Oh, it's J7. Okay, what's up, buddy? Don't worry about it.
Yeah, Ephraim's running. Unironically, that's why he's not gonna be on the stream today. Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, I don't know what else I could really ask him at this point.
I mean, I got questions I want to fucking ask him.
Hmm.
Yeah, but Ephraim is running, you guys, ever since he tried to pull a fast one on me in courthouse and I bodied him in front of everyone. He has vanished from my peripheral. And he's been running, and he won't go on Ace's streams when I'm there because he's like scared of me. Cause like if you guys saw Ace's most recent stream where he went over some of the Morgan shit, Ephraim was on there and like was like fully able to just like hop on at a moment's notice, and then like 10 minutes later I'll hop in the call after he leaves because David was in there and I confronted David about some shit. And then I was like, yo, can we get Ephraim back? And suddenly Ephraim's like, I actually can't make it on right now. I'm not available at this very moment. So Ephraim is a little bitch. Oh my goodness.
@Glubor donated $5 to the nation. Why thank you. So mad this is lodged in my brain because of you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I mean, I could try just giving a DM ask, but I just highly doubt that he'll be on.
Yeah. Magically, Ephraim vanishes when I'm at the scene.
@Sinsaija7x donated £10 to the nation. Inshallah Ephraim will pay for his crimes. He cannot run for long. Also, hi, it's Dean from the Patreon server lol.
Oh, hi Dean. How you doing, buddy? And thank you for the £10. They're scared of a constant person who's right and will hold them accountable and who isn't gonna baby them. Because hot take, you guys, but Ephraim gets babied a lot by the community because he's just a little guy. He's a little well-intentioned little guy. Like that's a grown-ass man. He's like what, 3 months younger than me? He should know better. But today we have some shit to go over. We have a call that Ephraim himself recorded where he confronts our dear old David Grimm, who at least partially handled the RCV allegations. And we also, guys, we get to confront Safi today. Because there is a lot of behind the scenes bullshit that happened with Safi supposedly airing someone that was calling out a lot of the issues with the allegations against RCV. And so best believe we will have Safi on. The polycule will be grilled. Who wants roasted polycule tonight? Because we had some roasted polycule the last time we streamed about RCV. Where we got Digital Tie and Habit, the originator of the accusations on the stream. Unfortunately, Safi was bedridden sick at the time, but she has since gotten well enough to show her face on stream. So we will be mogging Safi today. Truly is the new Lio. All the people scatter when having to face consequences. It's true. I wouldn't call myself the new Lio. I'm cuter than Lio. Guys, do you think I'm pretty? I think I'm prettier than Lio.
That's your differentiating factor? Okay, buddy. Okay. Yeah, I'm low-key not 40, but you know, I'm a girly pop.
Yeah, a lot of people treat Ephraim like this little neurodivergent 22-year-old minor, and it pisses me off. And Ephraim, here's some tea, you guys. And this has already been spoken about public because I don't give a fuck. He fucked up so bad with the RCV case and the Morgan case that he's been demoted from a bunch of places. The mishandling of Christian's case, calling Christian, who is currently in the chat. Hi, Christian. Thank you for calling me very pretty.
Wait, so just for clarification, he's been demoted more than just courthouse?
Yeah, I browbeat him into demodding himself in oh, thank you for becoming a member.
@Sinsaija7x has become a Zinnia.
But yes, and then after, you know, everything was unveiled with the Morgan and RCV cases, he was also demoted from Cat Slayer. So that's really funny, you guys.
Wait, when did that happen?
Apparently a day after. Guys, there was a call that Lio had in Guac Barrel, which is a godless land from what I've been told, where Lio confronted Ephraim and David on their mishandling of the Morgan situation. And then, you know, the day after that, we found out that Ephraim had been demoted from Courthouse. Or not from Courthouse, but from Cat Slayer.
That's... Okay, I mean, fuck. I mean,
Mogged.
yeah, I mean, it was definitely a fuck up, but I'm still kind of surprised. But
I mean, deserved.
yeah,
Deserved, IMO.
um,
More than. Did Ephraim cry? I hope so.
okay, buddy.
Oh, I don't
Dude.
want to be questioning people's supposed, you know, mental disorders.
Yeah, that's just not a productive thing to really do unless it's like I feel like that only like is like a topic to really touch when you're dealing with someone that's affecting their credibility of whether or not they're a pathological liar or not. But
Yeah, there has to be
I
a
don't know.
strong enough basis to warrant that kind of questioning. Otherwise, you're just kind of shitty because, like, unless you're a psychiatrist or like a mental health professional, you also don't really know. So, you know. Yeah, but I don't know. Ephraim has been MIA from everywhere in the public, as far as I'm aware, since the moggening that happened in courthouse. Because, can I TLDR you guys the Morgan shit real quick?
Lol.
Can I
sure,
tell you guys
lol.
that shit? Because I want to make a community post about this because a lot of, you know, what's happened in, you know, the communities and the different circles that make up this place this month has really pissed me off. People are annoying. I hate people. But I want to give you guys a TLDR on Morgan. So you guys, we know we've mentioned Morgan, you know, on and off. Recently. Yeah. Most notably, they started being mentioned when we were going over the Susie Doodletones communication video. And that was the first time that we kind of dealt with Morgan, and it was Morgan being treated really unfairly. And that still holds true to today. What happened, how Morgan was treated in that video was really fucking stupid and completely unfair and unreasonable. So we talked about that. And then the next day, you know, some people, I don't want to name them, they can name themselves in chat if they want to, you know, was in contact with Morgan, and they were like, hey, I just want to, like, know about this, like, thing real quick if you guys are going to apologize to Morgan at all. And they asked Ephraim. And Ephraim said, no, why would I apologize? And then, like, you know, that person was like, well, because, like, this shit was fucking fucked. And Ephraim just drops this nuke and goes, well, Morgan's a dangerous individual because they tried to date a minor when they were 26 and then claimed that the minor groomed them. And this is the first time I'd heard anything about this. And all of a sudden we're forwarded all this, you know, evidence. We're forwarded calls and Google Docs and all this shit. And I'm like, what the fuck? And this person talks to Ephraim and is like, hey, like, you know, people are, like, you know, kind of reaching out to Morgan right now. And Ephraim's like, why are they doing that? And then the person was like, well, because Truly and, like, Ace went over this video where Morgan was treated like shit. And, like, none of that was mentioned in that video. And Ephraim immediately blew up. Yeah, the person is Rin. Rin was the one who told, was Ephraim. And so Ephraim then tells Rin, in all caps, actual, like, crash out moment, well, Truly mods courthouse! And so I get sent this, so I immediately take it to courthouse, and I hit up Ephraim, and I'm like, you good? Like, what's the point of this? And he was like, why didn't you know about Morgan? And I was like, no one fucking talked about it. Like, how am I supposed to know about Morgan? And he was like, you're telling me that when you became a courthouse mod, on the day that you were going to fucking Disneyland, that you didn't immediately come home and look, like, deep dive into every single thread in this server? And I was like, no. Because who does that? I have shit to do. Oh, 1 second.
Yeah.
Adbamiratsu donated $19.99 to the nation. How do I say this? He left a predator in his commentary group and I was in it. I confronted him about this being limbo. He was like, I don't think he was a predator.
Okay, I looked into that. I feel like that's a bit shaky, Bomber.
Yeah,
I've been
I don't
trying to
know
get more
anything
evidence.
about that.
Well, from what I can go off of with Limbo, they responded to Suvlivy. They claimed to not know that Suvlivy was 17, but Suvlivy like tweeted out, "Hey, can someone like join the like? I'm looking for people to join the polycule." And then they just kind of like did like the two fingers pressing together in response to it. I believe they're in their late 20s, but then someone told them that they're 17, bro, and they were like, "Oh, I had no clue. I'm sorry. I won't do that ever again. My fault." Is it weird and creepy? I would probably say that was definitely a fucking stupid thing to do, but I can't prove that they actually knew the age or not. So I feel like that's shaky within itself.
Yeah.
I could like forward the messages that I have for that because I did look through the thread. If you really want to take a look at that.
Yeah, I'll look into that another time.
Yeah.
Make predators fucking known easily.
Yeah, I mean, I've been looking at a lot of stuff that gets sent to me
All
about
right,
it.
Hidden, Ephraim, or not, like Hidden, Ratsu, don't be fighting with each other in my chat. Because it's in my chat right now. It's all a he said, she said. Okay. And I don't want y'all be, saying shit with your chest so fucking publicly when, no one here can even verify that certain stuff happened.
Yeah, and so to be fair to Hidden as well, right? I will agree with one thing, Bomber. As much as like I'm chill with you, don't have any issues, I would just like not throw around allegations like that without, like substantiating it 100%.
If you guys throw around allegations in my chat, like I always say this, like to literally anyone who throws out allegations in my chat, and even people who come onto the stream and like say stuff, like unless you have evidence, which like most people in my chat can't provide evidence, like I'm just gonna take what you say with a grain of salt, because I feel like that's the responsible thing to do. But yeah.
Yeah, I
oh.
could recap like what Morgan did specifically if you want, but if you just want to move from that point, that's fine.
I mean, we can go in a little bit more. So I kind of whooped Ephraim's ass in the courthouse. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, I was mean. I was really mean because like I can't believe that I was expected to know about all of this stuff, and it'll get worse. It'll get worse because I was expected to know about this shit.
Right.
By Ephraim, when there was literally no like realistic way that I could have known about this aside from people telling me. And keep in mind that Ephraim was told about, asked like, hey, what cases did you lead? And Ephraim took that extremely literally. And by lead, he interpreted it as, publicized. Like publicly, spread around and led publicly. And because of that, he left out a bunch of shit that he was very involved in. Which is kind of fucking stupid in my opinion. So anyways, after that, Ephraim, hasn't spoken a word to me. He was found coping in the aforementioned guac barrel. About the fact that he got, reamed, over this stupid shit. And then, you guys, Ace streams about Morgan. And we find out a bunch of shit. So you can go ahead and tell that if you want.
So, yes. Obviously, I kind of felt like I was in a position where it was necessary to talk about. I mean, not only was it a thing that just kind of like threw in our laps, but since they donated in the chat, it was very clear that they were still lurking. So it's like, obviously, I didn't really fuck with that. So I went into it There was a whole document. Morgan, when they were 26, claimed to be groomed by a 17-year-old, which was already like weird. But you look at the DMs, and Morgan's document does a lot of exposing of themselves, which is kind of interesting because they're meaning to like victimize themselves, but they knew that they were, so they started like officially like what Morgan wants us to see, because they've been talking before that. But what Morgan wants us to see is that they started talking February 18th, 2023, right? In this type of context. But then around February 23rd, 2023, Turbo made it known that they were 17. And I mean, fuck, they made it known. Like, you know, Morgan made it known that they were 26. They kept this relationship going for 8 months after that knowledge, just verifiably so. And what's also interesting is Morgan would try to keep it private between them and Turbo. They told Turbo to keep it a secret. Like, you know, it's only just between us. They got territorial and said, like, it's just, don't be like this way with anyone else, just us two. And Morgan, even in their own document, said that they were worried about, like, this information of them dating a 17-year-old getting out there publicly. They even blocked someone that found out and was scared and tried to break up with Turbo over this. It's a very, I want to say clear cut, just guilt from Morgan. That's very interesting. I actually agree with the end result of the case that they're like a predator. Okay, like this person's fucked. Okay, like fuck me. But I'm trying to think if was there anything else I wanted to recap from that. But it's a lot of screenshots where they shoot themselves in the foot.
Someone said, I thought that she withheld the age. You see, this is why we had to wait a second to go over this shit, because we were receiving a bunch of, you know, contradictory information. So, you know, God forbid that we take a minute to like kind of sift through stuff and be like, hey, let's like make sure that like we have everything we need to go over.
Yeah, in this screenshot, right, they tell each other their ages. So that was definitely a thing. And they try to frame it like that they were trying to break up with them because they were worried about the age gap, but their reasonings have consistently been about worrying about people finding out, or, you know, interpersonal little beefs that they've had. Nothing to do with, holy fuck, you're a 17-year-old kid. Like, I'm not, like that wasn't like a, yeah, let's end it now type of thing. So yeah, interesting stuff.
And on that stream, Ephraim hopped in call because I had to take my leave from the stream earlier on, and so Ace, going at it by himself, was able to get Ephraim on stream. And what exactly conversed between you guys?
Actually, I did timestamp it if you want to kill time and look at that.
Actually, yeah, sure. Let's go ahead and do that.
Yeah, I made sure because with the topic and what happened on that stream with like the left field derails, I timestamped that stream like a motherfucker. So there is like a small segment even called Ephraim Call-In. I think it was like for 10 minutes. Didn't really last long.
What a painful 10 minutes that's going to be.
But yeah. This guy.
If I had a nickel for every time an SCC creator covered up for someone, I'd have 2 nickels. By the way, I was the guy that joined Ace's server and sent him a Silent Hill meme. Hell yeah.
Fuck. It's you.
Okay. So we do oh, everything's lagging. We have the stream. Shut up, nerd.
Yeah, I'm gonna mute because I hate my own voice. I'll let myself do the speaking.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Ephraim.
Also, before we get into it, that was fucking sexy.
Oh, I got some questions here. Because I'm not fully done with the doc, and this is not a grill you sesh. This is simply...
It should have been. God damn it.
Some questions. So, I've been reading this, and it's been very blatant that Morgan knew that they were a minor, kept continuing to have these conversations, maliciously framed that it was a minor that wanted to be private, when it was Morgan who insisted the idea and wanted it to be private and wanted them not to act this way to anybody else. So like I'm seeing all this. It's really bleak. So the thing I want to ask you, right? Because I've not gotten into like your case stuff and how you handled it. I want to ask, did you ever file a police report on Morgan or anything like that?
I don't know if we actually had the ability to.
What would be interrupting that ability to, I guess?
I thought the victim had to.
Okay, so
That's
okay.
okay. That's not how things work. As far as I'm aware, that's not how things work.
I think because I did have a conversation with someone who used to do stuff like this, and I think what Ephron's referring to is if you're trying to like report a groomer, I do believe when it comes to pressing charges, you can still report them, but when it comes to pressing charges, it has to come from the victim or obviously their parents
Yeah, I was
for
gonna say
anything to actually happen.
parents can press charges on the child's behalf
Right.
because
And I
parents
guess
are legally responsible for their children.
now a thing I will say, like an L that Ephron will take because I have been talking to Turbo. Apparently, no one's, to their memory, no one's talked to them about a police report. And from what I've been looking through, I don't even think the conversation came up.
Nice.
I think that personally, my read on it is they just thought, well, this, I don't think it's going to be like, it's going to go through, so why bother? Which,
that is such a
obviously
horrible way of handling a predation case.
Yeah, I think obviously I do understand that the reality of like the legal system is not always in the favor of, justice in that regards. However, the attempt is still important to try just in case you could get something to happen. And if you're gonna like prance around that you're a predator hunter, right? The attempt should always happen. Even if, right, you think that nothing's gonna like go through fully, you should still make the attempt regardless. That was definitely an L that they took on that end.
Yeah. And that's fucking ridiculous. Also, oh my god, 250 viewers, you guys. Can we get this stream up to like 100 likes? I believe in you. Guys, let's get it up to as many likes as we can. Oh.
At Lake of Crystalclan donated $2 to the nation. Did Ephraim forget that mandated reporters exist?
Probably.
Yeah. To be clear, he could have also done like a cyber tip or a couple other things. Whether he didn't do that or not.
Oh, there were so many fucking options, and Ephraim just didn't do anything. And to be fair, because people are gonna bitch me out if I complain about Ephraim right now. Ephraim wasn't the only one who did that, even though that's not something I've said on this stream. Just making it clear that, this was a group fucking effort of like everyone flopping. But I think I hold the right to be pretty fucking pissed off with Ephraim, especially considering the fact that Ephraim has been involved in multiple cases and seemingly fucks every single one up. So, maybe just a thought for why, someone might be, in particular, pretty fucking pissed with Ephraim.
Yeah, which would logically deduce like how I would read that, right? I genuinely think that there's just a stupidly high level of incompetence. So when it comes to them not reporting it in other ways, I think that was genuinely just because of a lack of knowledge, which obviously does not excuse it necessarily, but that's going to probably be the explanation you would realistically hear.
Yeah.
If they're fucking up every case, obviously, I think it's fair to say that they're not experienced and have like the right skill set.
Exactly.
So that's probably going to be the logical answer as to why they didn't try anything other than a police report. Well, they didn't even try that, but obviously that was the only thing they considered.
If you're for some reason too afraid or socially anxious to contact the police, do not involve yourself in predator hunting. Exactly. So true, Gila. Why is it buffering?
Yeah, I see. I think I know what you mean. I'm mugging you. Okay, so I think how it works, if I remember correctly, is the victim would press charges, but I think you could still report it. That's just off my memory, though. But
okay.
But
okay.
But I guess,
why is it so hard for people to cut ties with someone the moment the individual is busted? If you don't cut ties immediately, you could be investigated. Yeah.
I would also ask. So
I mean, obviously, wait until they're like properly fucking busted. But yeah,
the police report seems like it was probably not going to go anywhere from like what it sounds like. But I guess I was asking for the attempt. But to be fair, I guess the thing I want to ask you as well, because this was being handled in private, right? an archive room or whatnot?
No, the stuff with Turbo was before Archive Room.
Mm-hmm. So, did any of you make a
Fuck my
public
cube.
awareness to this or a public call out to Morgan's behavior?
I believe somebody did, but I cannot remember for the life of me who.
Isn't that amazing?
It was me.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, yeah.
Okay, so see, I'm not gonna lie, right? Morgan's looking very bleak in this, right? So obviously, my question, since you, David, Sue, Livy, Fractured Light, you know, whether it was minor or major, all did kind of have some part in this. I've seen GCs, DM logs, information collecting, gathering, and all this stuff, talking with people, right? So
Yeah.
I guess what was the intention with doing all that if there was not really much publicized, I guess?
To make sure we had all the information and see exactly how dangerous this person was.
I hate the way that he fucking talks in a questioning tone. Like, his answers are supposed to be fucking obvious. Ephraim, nothing in your brain makes sense.
Which is all good and well, but I guess, like, why was it not like a big deal, I guess?
I thought it was, at least internally. I might have I think I
Internally?
underestimated the reach of how far things would go naturally.
What?
I think I underestimated the reach of how far things would go naturally.
Overestimated. This fucking shit didn't go anywhere, dude.
That admittedly was a massive issue I had back then.
Okay, because obviously I'm seeing this, and obviously I'm going to be a little disgusted by Morgan's actions, but I don't think when looking into this there was ever like a video, a docket. Did you guys ever give this to creators like that were bigger than you that had more reach about Morgan's thing?
Oh, 1 second.
At Water Droplet 72 donated $5 to the nation. You could build a wall with the amount of LZ from has taken recently.
And there would be a lot of people upset at that wall, but not me. I want to see that wall.
We never really... I didn't think we had any connections to do such back then.
Huh? Huh?
Yeah, this is just kind of an L. I don't know why. I mean, okay, to clarify, I do recommend... Right, just to clarify for the record, I do recommend Susie. However, timeline's sake, Susie was in the hospital at the point that they were doing this, like, more on hand. So that's why that they kind of just ruled her out since she was on a hiatus.
When did this happen?
I guess when she was in the hospital for the gallbladder stuff, dude. I don't...
When gallbladder surgery is tomorrow? Was this back in, like, late 2023 then?
I believe late 2023, early 2024.
Was this, like, before the communications video dropped?
Before... I can't tell if it... I think... Let me see. I wouldn't even have the original date. I think it would be close enough to around each other, but I would have to double check to see how far apart.
Fucking nice.
I know.
And I fucking know Lio was around during this time.
Oh yeah, they referenced the guy, so that's why it's kind of interesting that they didn't think about that, but I don't know. Interesting stuff.
I mean, granted, you were kind of on a tight time limit because Lio got canceled in, like, what was it, like March of that year? But
didn't you guys have like connections with Lio or people like that? Doodle Tones even?
I mean, oh, huh.
I know, it's bleak. It is bleak.
There's absolutely no fucking way that he just went, oh. Hello? Hello, Ephraim.
Maybe you didn't think of that before. I don't know.
Oh.
It was not something that ever crossed our mind. Again, we were more worried on getting them out of the community.
Yeah, getting out of the community and into someone fucking else's. How is
yeah, that isn't...
How the fuck is the community? Like, you guys realize that half of a community is the fucking audience, right?
Yeah, I mean...
oh my god. In fact, a majority of the community exists in the audience.
Yeah.
And none of you thought, like, hey, maybe we should get the audience involved in this shit? Oh, that's not. Yeah, exactly.
Yes, but the easiest way to get them out of the community, right, would be to. Afro, come on, man.
I sweep for myself. I'm fine.
Oh, goodness.
At the Heaton Archive _Liquid Heaton donated $5 to the nation. Bruh, I'm washing a colander and just hear Chilai fucking screeching Ramel.
Thank you.
The easiest way to get
Why,
them out of the
thank
studio
you.
would have obviously been to give it to a bigger voice with a bigger platform, right?
I definitely can understand that thought process. I wasn't one that
Eh.
crossed our minds. I don't know.
Ephraim! You just
I
like
just want you to
show,
really
like,
focus
the most
there.
fucking obvious, line of actioning in the world, and he's like, yes, I understand that thought process. Like, bitch.
See, the thing that's interesting, though, right, about that is, because I know this has been emphasized, right? He said that hasn't crossed our minds. So out of the whole group, not one of them thought, maybe we should give it to Lio, or Heaton's around, or Doodle Tones, or Ponder, or something like that. None of them thought about that.
I mean, if they handed it to Ponder, she would have done, I don't do expose videos, okay? Let me beef with my children in peace.
Gulps.
Oh my goodness.
Ekmengid donated $2 to the nation. Google Docky, in the same tone as Chicken Jockey.
Thank you.
Google Docky.
And to anyone who wants to cry that I'm giving Ephraim too much heat here and I'm not going after the other people, okay? I came on this stream afterwards and I fucking yelled at David, okay? So shut the fuck up.
I don't know what else to tell you.
Yikes.
And that thought process, I wasn't one that crossed our minds. I don't know what else to tell you.
I'm sorry, I should die?
No. Wags finger.
Bites it.
Look, man, I'm not trying to grill you here, but it's just, dog. Can you understand why that's dumb as fuck?
I understand you, but I hate you.
Right?
Sorry.
I
Gulps.
definitely understand that thought process.
Why can't he just say yes? That's obviously the right fucking course of action.
I genuinely, just sweep for Ephraim here. I genuinely think that's just how his mind operates. Okay, I just.
It's rather how it doesn't fucking operate, because damn, this bitch is dumber than a fucking bucket of rocks.
Lol.
Okay, because obviously I wanted to ask about that mainly because I am still going to go through this doc. It's still going to go through things. But as far as I'm concerned, Morgan
Ephraim speaks like how people think a Redditor speaks.
is very
too.
malicious and not doing great. But obviously I am going to go into how the case was handled. But if you haven't, obviously that's not really making me feel that much comfortable that this was not passed to like bigger people that you guys had connections to because it didn't cross any of your minds. So who did talk about it then, other than you guys that were handling it?
Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited to find this out.
I don't know, actually. This
Lol.
How? How do you not know?
I genuinely am just thinking that there probably was no one that covered it at that point.
was making it public was not my domain, so I don't exactly know.
Hey guys, I know that we did the absolute fucking most to deal with this situation in private, but I didn't give a flying fuck how it was handled publicly. Thank you, Ephraim Josine. You are so smart.
Okay. Well, okay, so I guess to be fair to you, because I know the SCC had procedures with handling this. What would you say your
He wasn't thinking hard on spreading the word or taking Morgan down because he wasn't personally mad at Morgan for some personal petty beef. Predation is only a huge deal if it's a tool for a vendetta. I can't say that. Obviously, I don't know the intentions of these people. I wouldn't be surprised to find out that's how these people operate, but I don't think I have enough to say that definitively.
Personally, I don't think that's a fair assessment for Ephraim specifically, because RCV, he had no real gain. If we're going to say personal bias, I genuinely just think he takes the believe all victims mindset and just goes extreme with it. I genuinely think when it came to Liquid and RCV stuff, like with Habit, I genuinely think that he was believing that they were victims and was trying to help them and thought he was doing a good thing, but had a bad impact. I can't really detect a sense of malice from him when it comes to that. I can detect malice from other parties. It's the reason why Fractured Light got smoked. And I am definitely starting to have questions for other people involved. But Ephraim specifically, I think I've just been consistent on saying that I just see him as like an idiot, but yeah, I classified him as like a dangerous idiot when it comes to predator cases. I can't prove malicious intent because there's no personal beef he had with RCV or anything like that.
At Edwin_Aiden donated $19.99 to the nation. Back then, Susie said to make situations that happened in courthouse private, unless others make it public. The reason why the cloak and dagger calls were released, was because people in the SCC.
Well, why the fuck did it cut off?
Just cut off? Lol.
Yeah, it was because people in the SCC made vague tweets about it. That is fucking ridiculous if that's true. What the... Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean... Intent... And to be blunt, right, intention can sometimes be hard to prove. Usually it's inferred off of actions, but the reason why I say that about Fractured Light is it's just so painfully obvious. It basically was a self-admittance. Like, the guy was a scorned ex. I know that they're not fond of that, like, you know, when people say that, but it's just objectively true, dude. Like, they were mad that Liquid was more affectionate to Vaporwave, admitted to reading the things in the worst way possible, and because that they found out that Liquid was more affectionate to Vaporwave than them, and the Polykeel reminding you, that's what led him to have a more emotional, like, charged, like, lead in the GC. It's just so painfully obvious.
I've said this before, but, like, I don't think, like, barely anyone in the SCC is emotionally mature enough for a fucking Polykeel, dude.
Lol.
Like y'all know me, y'all.
That's the takeaway.
you know, every time it gets brought up, I want to say that because people fucking look down on polycules and stuff as though polycules are the problem. No, it's fucking emotionally insecure people who would probably suck just as much in a normal relationship. Yeah, y'all know me. No beef, but no beef with the poly people. Y'all are cool as fuck. I don't know, fuck people if you want to. Monogamy is a modern invention.
I'm monogamous and I love it.
I'm monogamous and I love it.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, we know.
I won. Yeah.
Yeah. Too lazy to be in a polycule? That's real. Polycules are work, dude.
Okay. Role was more in. I know you said in the DM something like I think information gathering, right?
Basically, yeah.
But you didn't like have any intentions of leading this or publicizing it yourself. Were you expecting someone else to?
I was hoping somebody else would.
Ephraim, you can't just say that.
Ephraim! I guess I expected the person to lead it to, you know, lead it.
You can't just say, yeah, I was involved in a predation case and, like, none of, like, who was going to be publicizing this was discussed. I just kind of hoped someone else would. Do you have any idea how ridiculously fucking irresponsible and stupid you sound?
Yeah, so I genuinely think from the speculation, at least from this, with how it...
Sorry.
Yeah, so like when it comes to the calls I looked at, the person that looks like they're leading it for a good part, it's hard to say. Because like at least with the prep call, it looks like Fractured Light is taking like a leading stance. But then it gets weird because in the group chat, it looks like... I think it kind of looks like David almost played a leading role. But then it's weird because it's like it almost feels like it kind of alternates of who is actually leading it. But I'm not sure who the fuck actually was. We could try to get a clarification out of David later, but it's just like I have no fucking clue who actually led it. But Ephraim was an information gatherer for this one for sure, with the logs I've seen.
And a fucking idiot.
Yeah, sure, but yeah. I'm just saying he's not lying with the information gatherer thing.
I mean, at this point, you guys, I'm going as hard as I am on Ephraim out of spite. If you know, you know.
And this just happened to be a case where nobody else took the mantle to do it, right?
Apparently.
That's bleak, dude. I mean,
Was David the only one
Rip.
talking directly to Morgan? After a certain point, I think they were. But
Yeah. After the call.
everyone was involved in the call. Yeah, there was, I think it was Autumn,
Yeah.
Light, David, Ephraim, and I don't know if there was other people involved.
I don't know if
Glupshadows.
Suvlavi was there for the call, but they were there for a lot of like the case handling.
GG's. Thank you, Livy, for existing.
talking about it now, I guess, but dog. Look, I'm just glad that you're not doing this type of stuff anymore, man. I'm gonna be so real. Obviously, I'm trying to be nice.
Chili versus Ephraim, Mortal Kombat Commentary Edition. Chili wins flawless victory, fatality. So true.
Nice. I'm trying to be nice and civil. I'm not trying to be like, what
I'm
the
not.
fuck, man?
I'm not trying to be nice and civil, and that's why Ephraim is scared of me. Pussy, pussy. Can we call Ephraim a pussy in chat?
Like, this is obviously.
Yeah, but you know who got the
obviously
call
I'm
and
a
who
little-
didn't.
yeah.
One has results, one doesn't. So
I
yeah.
have results.
Yeah, I'm civil. I'm still able to like get a lot of productivity.
Listen,
And
you're
look at you.
practical.
You're watching from the cuck chair.
Yeah.
You're watching from the cuck chair right now because of how you acted. Okay, now
No,
me
listen.
in a
listen.
suit and tie, I'm winning.
Listen, you fucking are practical with little bitch-made fucking losers like Ephraim, okay? I have done that.
And yet you are watching from the cuck chair
I
right
am
now.
saying, congratulations. I'm very proud of you. I'm so happy for your story.
Don't say I'm proud of me.
I'm
No,
very
no.
tired of that kind of person, though. Oh, 1 second.
At Dad Cool Collie has become a Zinnia. Amused 6-month membership tangent. Boop. Also, smiley cat face emoji.
Thank you, Malta. But yeah, you guys, hot take, but I think if Ephraim, is gonna be able to publicly partake in, the false cancellation of Christian, double down immediately about RCV, and then be a little bitch about the fact that no one knows about the fact that Morgan's a predator when they specifically didn't fucking publicize it anywhere. Yeah, I think Ephraim should be able to take a few lashings.
At Pudgy donated $5 to the nation. Ephraim and others gotta be like gotta sweep sweep sweep.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Chili. If I'm going off of a productivity standpoint, obviously, I'm going to be civil
And
so
that's
that
fine. You
things
can
can
be
happen.
good cop here. I've had to play good cop before, and I'm tired of it.
Yeah, and that's why you're sitting at the cuck chair watching the call.
Mhm.
So
Exactly.
you're watching from afar. You're like you couldn't pay for the baseball ticket, so you had to watch from the fence right now.
I can
so
afford
that's
the baseball ticket. Don't you know I make $1,400 a stream?
Yeah, buddy. Okay, buddy.
Fuck me.
Pass
Okay.
me, had a funny fuck.
At Balmiratsu has become a Zinnia. Lapowsy, romantic face emoji.
Thank you for La Pussy.
But I do appreciate you answering some questions. I think that was mainly what I had because I think I'm gonna need you more and David and other people when it comes to the case etiquette of like when I cover that stuff, so that you guys can fill me in with what your
Okay.
mindset is. If I have any other questions, I'll just hit you up. Okay.
Okay, well, let me know, and I'll see what I can get you.
Yep. I'll talk to you later, buddy.
I did in fact talk to him later. But yeah, we don't have to rewatch the David calls, man.
Yeah, the David section is a lot longer. But so you
It's a
guys
bit
got
bleak.
that, right? You guys got that Ephraim specifically just said, I mean, yeah, I kind of just threw my hands up in the air and hoped that someone else would deal with this situation that I was involved in, you guys, and I obviously didn't bother to check if anyone actually did, nor did I think for a single second about who could.
Ugh.
And then David calls in after this, and David explains to everyone.
Wait, what is
Um,
that comment in your chat? Chili's gnawing on the bars with their buddy KG. Nom 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 nom. Yeah.
At Dean Draxon8752 donated $4.99 to the nation. Sucks that the one person that was on RCV's side turned out to be a creep.
Real.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's fucking ridiculous. So David calls in and explains that not only did these people explain, you know, the fact that they weren't going to give anything to other people, it actually gets worse. Because they had all their calls, prepping for everything. They had all their resources in the call. David told me that in the call they had with Morgan, that they were able to get them to admit the fact that they knew the 17-year-old's age. And the only time I believe this call was ever put anywhere else in courthouse is tucked away in a thread called like Angel Sentoki, and it's just dropped in there casually, and like no one is even fucking in that thread. And David's take was that everyone agreed, you know, everyone that we talked about had agreed that they wouldn't publicize that call unless Morgan lied about the events of the call or groomed another child. They tried to put Morgan on groomer probation, saying, you better not talk to any more kids, okay? I'm watching you. And then proceeded to not publicize anything about, you know, their admittance in the fucking call or anything like that.
Yeah, that was bleak, and I gotta like also preface, right? I'll let that play first.
Yan donated £4.99 to the nation. Shalala is the person who thinks someone is waving at her, but it's just someone behind her.
True.
I get waved at, you guys. I'm actually really pretty. I get a lot of comments from people who are like, oh my god, you look beautiful. And I'm like, oh wait.
God, fucking women, dude. Alright. But anyways, a preface, right? Because I can't stress this enough, right? This is the reason why I timestamped this. This first stream, because this is how I was going to do it. This first stream was meaning just to go mainly over just the Morgan stuff, right? And like the Rin DMs, that was the plan for the first stream. It was going to be a clear cut going through the allegations and then the DMs. I called in Ephraim because obviously I just had the question of this is really fucking bleak and I'm surprised that this doesn't have much coverage. Was there ever a police report filed? Was there ever any publication? No, there wasn't. But because Ephraim called in, that had a chain reaction to David Grimm wanting to correct the record and clarify things as well on their own accords. So both times David calls in is just to clear up some things. You already clarified the first thing with the standards. The second call-in was pretty bleak because I made sure to ask, because it was weird. They said that they kept an eye on Morgan. I asked for their like DMs and messages. And frankly, I went over the messages, right? Like... And it was pretty bleak. I could try pulling specific examples if you really want to highlight, like at least what I definitely had an issue with the DMs on stream real quick, so you don't have to like look through the whole thing.
Oh yeah, sure.
They are like they're long DMs, I will admit, but yeah, these were the parts that really stuck out to me.
Oh, sweet lord, there's so many messages.
Yeah. Well,
It's only 2 screenshots.
Oh.
Do you want to be Morgan, or do you want me to be David, or, you know, how do you want this to go?
You be the... Oh, man, these people are both awful.
Fine, I'll be Sayo. Fine, fuck. Okay, you could be David, alright? You're fine, whatever.
Okay, fine! Shut up.
And just because I saw a lot of confusion, right, I just want to correct it now. David goes by they, them. All right, I've seen a lot of confusion. I even slipped it up a couple times, but I just want to correct that now.
Julia's around my size and height. It's true, I'm 5'9" and fine like wine. Okay.
Yeah.
So, for context, this happened on May 22nd. On May 21st, I publicly announced that I would be making on a Susie video and a Cloud Palace video, because we had found out, that was the day that we found out that Susie had covered for George Raccoon. And Sayo fucking quote tweeted me on Blue Sky at some point. I don't even know what the fuck they said because it's gone now. But, oh, bye, Ratsu. But David hit up Morgan in the fucking DMs Because they were still in contact with Morgan. And so it reads as follows. I saw your post, and I'll say this. You shouldn't have posted that. Okay, Ben drowned. The fuck? I understand that it might have helped you move forward, but that has changed since then. I think it's good you have made progress to change and not repeat those mistakes. Grooming a fucking child is a mistake now, you guys. And sexually taking advantage of a minor. That's a mistake now. You know, hashtag. But those actions did occur, and I think
As
it would be
opposed to the right
best-
action? Lol? As opposed to being the right action? Lol? Mogged? I just own chili? Live? Clipped?
I
Owned?
don't even know what the fuck you're saying.
Yeah, don't worry about it, little bro. Keep going. I'm watching you.
You're gay.
No.
Julia's an inch taller than you, but I thought you liked tall girls. Those actions did occur, and I think it would be best to not say anything about the SCC stuff in response to Chuli's video because your hands were just as unclean as Susie's for different reasons. David saying that Morgan is literally just as bad as Susie for different reasons, and it not clicking in their head that actually, wait, maybe we should hang this person out to fucking dry. Liking the video / post would be one thing, but that post you made was not wise, and I hope you take this as a lesson to please stop trying to bring up your time in the SCC and continue to focus on your growth. Me when I grow from being a child predator. While it won't undo what you did to Turbo and the others... Oh.
At Dean Jackson 8752 donated $1.99 to the nation. This David guy stinks of poo.
So true. So stinky.
Ew.
Where was I? It would help prevent the creation of more victims. What? 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 I'm sorry, I just fucking realized what the fuck that is even saying. While it won't undo what you did to Turbo and the others, stopping trying to bring up your time in the SCC and to continue to focus on your growth would prevent the creation of more victims. David, are you saying that if Morgan were to come back to the SCC, you know they would victimize another person?
I think what they might be framing this poorly, to be honest. I think what they're trying to say is if they grow and change, that would reduce the chance of creating another victim.
If you grow and change, you can, stop preying on children.
Well,
Morgan.
yeah, that would be... I know Morgan's probably not going to do that, right?
Oh,
but
David, what the fuck?
hypothetically... I mean, hypothetically, if they stop, the predation, that would stop creating victims, I guess, but...
David! Actions have consequences. What are the consequences?!
Atropalippi00 donated $4.99 to the nation. Why can't people be normal? Get a job, take a bath. Face
True.
with bags under eyes emoji.
Also, I like how the TTS read Roly Poly Pie as Roly Palopi.
What the fuck?
Action have consequences. Where? Where are the consequences? Morgan dealt with no public consequences until now. But growth can still be taken to ensure those actions don't repeat in the future. Your time in the SCC ended long ago. Please keep it that way and focus on growing to become a better person. Thank you, David, for your so wise fucking words. Oh my god, just kill me.
Alright, so... it's time for me to be a Sayo. Yeah, I looked over what you said to me before when I was thinking about whether if I should post my long post giving the closure to the incident or not, and I realized you brought a really good point that it's best for me not to upload it. Even if you won't stop me from doing it, if I decided on it, it won't mean that the others, including a victim, will not forget what I did. Even though I'm already aware of what they said to me and know that what I did is wrong. I know it's better to speak up and confess than staying silent, and whatever is going to be revealed from Chuli's upcoming video on the situation from Doodle and George is going to hurt me through there. You're making a video on Doodle and George?
Yeah.
Chili? Yikes, don't see it. Anyways. But at the same time,
I have
Well,
to
give me-
stream, bro.
yikes.
It makes more money.
Well, give me the context I need, but from what you said here, you're right. I shouldn't have posted that comment. That's why I already deleted it and gave myself a mental health break to calm down from all this. I know I'm trying my best to be cautious and aware of who I can trust and cutting off those who become dangerous if I'm aware of the situation and have context from it. And since the November 2023 incident, that is what I've been doing with unfollowing / blocking those who did something so fucked up. I don't want to associate with them anymore. Speaking of the Doodle and George situation, I was also afraid that the info... Oh boy.
At Dean Jackson8752 donated $4.99 to the nation. You know what else would prevent more victims, David? Woodchipper.
True.
Okay.
A bullet to the temple.
Pay attention, class. I'm going to be reading more Predator messages, please. Take your seats. I was also afraid that the info that's going to be brought up from Chili's video was going to involve me as well. Gulps. Really? Are they even involved with it? Hold on. What is that? Considering that, yes. I'm one of the people who allowed George to be back in the community.
David! David!
Lol. After looking back at my actions from it that I remember, I don't stand by what was said from not only my comment on Doodle's video and the George situation anymore, but also the announcement from the old archive version of my server about it. I know it's no excuse for my actions, but now I realize from those two I fucked up and realized this is all wrong as well. And I wanted to say I'm sorry for not only what I did and said there, but also to the people who were affected by this. But even with my apology, it's best to not bring my time in the SCC up anymore and focus on reflecting from those actions and learn from them.
Hold on,
You're
pause
right.
real quick. Yeah, why aren't you in uniform?
Oh, hold on.
What, is she not a bunny right now?
You better get
SpongeBob
fluffy real
voice.
fucking quick.
The fuck is that threat?
You know what? It's gonna get roughy.
Yeah, what the fuck? Yeah. Whatever.
There we
Wrong,
go.
wrong one. Wrong button. They're right next to each other. I'm sorry.
What did you what did you do?
It was a misclick.
You can continue.
Oh, it was yeah, okay. Nice one. You're
I forgot
right.
I had it saved.
You're right that actions have consequences and growth can still be taken to ensure I won't repeat them. I just don't want to ignore all the shit that has happened. Otherwise, that'll make me still in contact with those who are revealed to be dangerous. Which is something that not to attach to those who I met and enjoyed hanging out with back in the day. Fuck.
Calvary is here 1632 donated $1.99
Oh, the scary
to
guy.
the nation. Get fluffy right now or I swear to God.
Dude, I'd listen to Cal. He's pretty scary.
Giving me timbers. Ooh.
Yeah.
Quaking in
Oof.
my boots.
Yeah, I'm
Pulse,
quaking in my
pulse collar.
quaking in my thumpers. Okay. Yeah. I'm surprised nobody said nothing when I gave out my experience with Shomes on Lyo's video on him and Caden, but I assume that's a different story. And up until the video came out, I was not aware of Shomes trauma dumping and him sending CP to Light. Given the only shit.
Oh.
What the fuck? I don't really know much about Shomes. Maybe there'll be a deep dive later, but I don't know, man. That's an interesting person to exist. But yeah, anyways. Given the only shit I know of him doing was his grudge towards George and Fox and him dragging VAs into it. Do appreciate that the help that you give me there, David, and I'll take into consideration the next time someone I know was exposed to be dangerous.
Actual child predator saying that, by the way.
Oh, fuck. Okay. If you're referring to the doc where I claim that my ex is grooming me, then yeah. That is true, although interesting. If I remember correctly, on me being, thanks, Julie. anyways, on my nice one. On me being contacted by some people who don't know the grooming. All right, if I remember correctly, on me being contacted by some people who don't know about the grooming situation between me and my ex. Rin is the one who asked me about it while I was at work. How could you, Rin? They first asked me if I know that was my ex was 17 when we dated. I answered that when the relationship started, we don't know each other's ages and didn't bother to tell them to each other until a few days after he confessed that he had feelings towards me. Now, keep in mind, this is in 2026 of February 13th. So this was when, Morgan's name kind of got brought up, I suppose. Like, this would have been after that. Yeah, after we went over some RCV stuff. So yeah, interesting stuff. But yeah, didn't bother to tell them to each other until a few days after he confessed that he had feelings towards me, which happened at February 21st, 2023. While
23rd.
they both of us.
Stop.
No, it's which happened at February. They confessed feelings at February 21st, but they revealed ages on February 23rd. Someone didn't read the docu. But
What docu? Oh,
yeah.
What?
Rin also told me that from all that info from the doc, where I claimed that my ex groomed me, minors cannot groom adults. Which, yeah, it is true, and I admit.
Like 99.9% of cases, yes.
I don't see a case where a minor can groom an adult. What would be an example?
Someone would have to be like very, very like mentally disabled.
Well, even then, I think that that's just a. I feel like that there's to say that I don't know. Would I call a minor a predator in that instance?
You're getting
I don't
into something. You're getting into a real debate.
Hashtag debate
Touchy
territory.
fucking stuff. Because I think yeah. Ace.
I don't even know if I would even
if
like.
you take
wanna
advantage
entertain
of
that thought.
people, stop it. You're a predator.
Yeah, I don't know if I really agree with that, Chili, but it's whatever.
Yeah, if you
Pat your
sexually
head.
take advantage of someone, I think you're pretty evil.
Well, yeah, this
You
is
did
like
it for the
saying
vine.
this is like who's the bigger victim, the drunk woman or the 16-year-old teenager? Like
That's where I think you were gonna go with that.
yeah. But yeah, anyways.
Yeah, you can argue that over there, bud.
You started. No, I'm not doing this.
You're not any better.
Anyways, which yeah, it's true, and I admit it was a fuck up on my part. I quickly realized I had misinterpreted this whole thing as grooming, and after looking it up on grooming is when a minor is pursuing an adult. What? Grooming is when a minor is pursuing an adult for a relationship. Lol. What kind of fucking definition did you?
What?
I realize. What the fuck? Wait. So your definition of grooming is the minors seeking the adult for a relationship?
What? What? You pedophile? What?
They came on to me.
Maybe that's just how they justify it in their head.
I realized that it wasn't grooming. I know if it was quick of me to realize that mistake, and I fucked up on that, but it still happened. With this whole thing, along with the toxic relationship in general, is extremely stupid on my part. I know I have done the right thing by cutting ties and my ex permanently. But if only I would have noticed the red flags from the relationship, his behavior, and his actions, bro. I should have done that sooner. But I didn't, and let this all happen. As for the comment, I'm not sure if I remember the one that I made public for that, but I'll really appreciate it if you could send it to me to help refresh my memory. Dude, one of their excuses, the reason why they didn't turn down the 17-year-olds, because they didn't want to hurt the 17-year-olds' feelings.
Make the child cry. At that point, who
You
fucking
guys don't
cares?
understand.
Stop grooming.
I had to rape the minor because I didn't want to make them feel bad.
Ivy, clip it.
No.
Anyway.
Don't do that to me. Don't do me like that.
I love that.
You did this
Do
yourself.
not go Voshmo, it's a crazy comment. Aiden territory? Okay, fuck off. Okay, we're continuing. I refuse to be compared to... I'm not going to even make that joke, but anyways.
There's a
Yeah,
link
you-
there, but
Yeah, you got a David message
What?
to read, Julie. You got a David
Oh,
message to
God
read,
damn
Julie.
it.
Julie, for fuck's sake. Anyway.
Regarding the
Oh.
possibility of this becoming public,
Oh, God.
Yeah, this is bleak.
do not attempt to control the narrative or get ahead of it. I mean, it's not like you fucking rolled the red carpet out for them to do that very thing, you fucking asshole. Throwing up everywhere.
That's one.
Bleh.
If others begin to speak about what happened, the only responsible path for you is complete silence. David!
Yeah, this is Blake. I'll explain, because we talked about this specific message too, and I'll explain more after that, but I'll just let you read first. And I'll
David,
explain.
what the fuck?
Also, thank you, Ivor.
Ew. No, don't do me like that. You're nasty.
Hi.
Hello. Do not retaliate or argue with people who are clearing up the confusion. Do not contact the victim for any yeah, no fucking shit. For instance, do not what? Not to re-apologize and not to ask them to stop for recontacting the victim. Okay, yeah, don't fucking contact. What the fuck? Don't be a cynic. Log off and stay away from the public discussion. Any attempt to explain your side right now will likely be seen as further manipulation and attempt to minimize your actions. Why are you fucking PR coaching a child predator? David!
Oops.
David, what the fuck are you doing?
I want some ice cream. David, that is my name.
Okay, no, yeah.
This is
Kills
my
you.
ball.
Where is
And
my
I'm
ball?
running it. Oh no. There is a car.
At
And it's
Siltai
going to
Cheerios
hit.
donated $2 to the nation. David doesn't deserve such a cool name.
True. True growth means accepting the social consequences of your past, but what about the legal consequences? Without making it the victim's problem, use this time to focus exclusively on your growth and ensuring you remain a safe distance from minors.
Yeah, so
David.
we talked about the silence thing.
Oh,
right.
David.
Now, to give their side as a recap from that calling on stream, they said that they didn't want them to speak just in case Turbo was going to come out about it, because they didn't want Morgan, because I will say, right, I do personally believe Morgan came out with their document as an attempt to silence Turbo, which is why they played it victim for themselves, and they knew that Turbo was a little bit controversial at the time, and I believe fully that they thought that, you know, people would just eat it up and be like, oh yeah, you groomed an adult, you fucking like jackass, you know, like that.
I mean,
I think
there's a side here that I haven't actually fully looked into because I don't think there's too much evidence for it, but apparently the way that people in Nexus even knew about the stuff with Seo, it started with Blazing Lavasta being told by Turbo that Morgan had been harassing them.
See, that was a name
prior
that
to the
Turbo told me
doc.
to look into, but I just don't know where that guy is.
So from my understanding, prior to the doc, Seo was harassing them. I don't know how, in what way, but again, it definitely seems like a sign that they could have been trying to silence Turbo.
Also,
Obviously with the whole doc and everything.
You guys, we are in contact with Turbo. Just to, you know, clear that up. We are in contact with Turbo. We know that Turbo is safe.
The racing snail is safe.
We're probably gonna have to like schedule a call with him sometime.
Yeah, I am planning stuff with them, but I will say, right, to get back a little bit on track, David did not want Morgan to do it again where they would potentially silence Turbo. Now, was this the best way to go about it? Probably not. Turbo, I don't even think was really active or really well around at this point. In fact, I believe their last Discord account was deleted and they had like a new one, or a different one that I had to like have people digging to find, but whatever. So all that we knew at this point was Turbo was just pretty much AFK, right? You know, MIA, if you will. But I think that the sentiment was they didn't want the predator to overspeak the victim again. However, the obvious flaw is that this literally just comes off as like an optics check or a Wrangler thing or a PR manager type deal, which is an obvious inherent issue when it's coming to predator cases, because you should not ever do that.
Also,
It's not even a case of... Oh, gone.
I was gonna say, you know, quick little streamer detour. Almost 300 viewers. Like the stream, you guys.
Ugh.
Shut up. You just mad because I get more viewers.
I don't care.
But again, it's a case of like, it's not even a thing of like waiting for the victim or like ever like to speak out first, because like you can still talk about the public document that just showcases the entire DMs and how that relationship was predatory. Like,
Yeah.
again, you can
Turbo-
still talk on it. It doesn't mean you have to go
Turbo
silent, bro.
Yeah, Turbo was the 17-year-old that Morgan victimized.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, my back. It's so good.
So yeah, the Morgan
Yeah.
situation was handled fucking terribly. Obviously. Every situation that we have gone over, the three of us, has been handled fucking terribly, you know, before we showed up. Christian and RCV were obviously accused falsely of being sexual predators. And Morgan was literally proven to be a sexual predator. And they didn't publicize it. And like, yeah, that's I have fucking beef with everyone here. Light and Livy, I can't fucking tear into them because they're fucking dead or whatever. Autumn, I don't even know where the fuck Autumn is, dude.
I could try reaching out to Livy again, but I'm gonna be honest. I think after the stream I don't feel like I'm talking to them in a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, Autumn's like around. They exist if you DM them.
Okay.
I'm still waiting on stuff unrelated to this from Autumn.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
I would love to get Autumn in on this call if it's possible. And
DM them.
and I'm fucking like, it's so stupid that I have to justify this. But okay, bitch. You can't pop in an hour and 20 minutes in the stream and go, what's going on? What's going on? What's going on? We're obviously talking about a case of predation, dude. I'm literally explaining what the fuck is going on right now.
Oh fuck! I actually just tried adding Suvlavi again. Either they're not accepting friend requests or they blocked me.
Rip.
Rip.
Because this is some fucking bullshit, and it's so stupid. Like, again, these people are grown adults. Everyone who involved in this shit was grown adults. They fucking know what the fuck they were doing wrong, and if they don't, then they're an actual fucking idiot. And I have no, qualms with saying as such. Which is why I've been so fucking hard on Ephraim, because Ephraim has had a huge role in all of these situations, these three situations that we have gone into. Ephraim, not only publicly led the case with Christian and, ruined this guy's life, but Ephraim also was the one who spread RCV's docs information to Courthouse.
Yeah.
And Ephraim...
I do.
Huh?
I was gonna ask for the call-ins. Would it be better since we just went over this freshly if we talk to David first and then?
Yeah, we can get David, and if we can get, I don't fucking know what the fuck Autumn's doing. Autumn is a busy bitch. But Ephraim spread the docs information of RCV Courthouse back in the day, back last year when Habit was wanting to make a video. So he knew that Habit was wanting to publicize, what's it called? RCV's docs. And also, when talking to Ace, literally right after getting fucking mogged in the Ace stream where we vindicated Christian's name, Ephraim immediately doubled down on the allegations against RCV and said, yeah, he's definitely a predator. We just don't have enough to say it publicly. And there was, I've said this before, but the RCV case was somehow bigger of a nothing burger than was Christian's case. And, the stuff that Ephraim was, clinging to for dear life when it came to justifying why we should call Christian a predator, entirely absent from the RCV case. There was actually fucking nothing when it came to RCV. And then we have that fucking call to go over. But then Ephraim, wants to throw an attitude at people for not knowing about the situation that specifically wasn't publicized. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? Get it together. It's absolutely ridiculous.
At Calvary is here 1632 donated $4.99 to the nation. What's going on? I just got here. Smiles sweetly, wags tail a little, plays with toys.
Thank you.
Well, I'll
That's
explain
scary.
with you. Yeah, some pretty scary stuff was happening while you were gone, Cal. Looks left and right to make sure I could tell you safely. Well, believe it or not, there's a scary David Grimm guy, and Safi, and goes quiet for 10 minutes so you lose viewers.
Okay. Anyways.
Okay.
Does the fact that RCV is Mexican contribute to the SCC racism theory? Sure, why not?
No.
Yeah.
No. No.
And it's so fucking ass, dude. So, yeah. I mean, after all this, like, I want to make a fucking video. Like, about these 3 cases, because it is actually, like, astonishing how badly everything has been handled for years. And it's literally only in this year that we've been able to clear shit up. So are you down to get David into the call? We can call in the other VC.
Well, did you want to go over the call with him and them and Ephraim first, or did you want to talk to just David straight up?
Should we go over that first?
At Classic Truck Give 345 donated $10 to the nation. Here's the thing, if you don't have enough evidence to say something publicly, you don't have enough evidence to say anything at all. This isn't law and order. SVU evidence isn't just gonna appear.
I mean, you can always forward allegations against someone, but you can't be upset at people for not believing in them. You know, like, I don't have evidence for every claim I made about the people that I have talked about, but also, they haven't, you know, spoke anything to say, no, I didn't. There is not even a he said. It's just been she said.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. Like, if you want the calls to be back to back, then I guess you would watch that first. But depends on how you want to do it.
Let's go ahead and bring the call up, because you guys, Ephraim is fucking embarrassing in this call.
Gulps.
Are you shut up to me?
Oh, women. Fine. Let me just. You shut up. I'm tired of being silenced by you pedophiles. Okay, let me.
Hello?
Shut up. Anyways, here's the video.
Okay. Now this is just an audio call, so I don't have any reason to like pull it up on screen. It's 8 minutes long.
Put bunnies on the screen. Put bunny video. Put bunny video.
How?
Or just look on YouTube and look at bunnies.
Oh, sorry.
I can't do that.
Checking. Sorry, checking Kiwi Farms
Okay,
right now.
I
Hold on.
see.
Shut up.
Hold on, looking at Chili's Kiwi Farms right now. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. No, I'm an egotist. I actually just checking my own. Sorry.
Okay.
What's this about? Oh wait. Anyways.
What's this about? A space? What the hell?
Okay, you know
Boy,
what?
there is more stuff on me.
Homosexual. What the
Fuck.
fuck is this?
Dude, Kiwi Farms is so boring.
Wait, what's A space likes it from the? What the fuck?
That's true,
What
by the way.
No. Anyways.
Hold on, let me look at Carl's.
Smacky,
look at Carl's page.
I mean this in the kindest way possible, Smacky. Sometimes it's better to sit down and listen than to speak. But anyways, here is the call between David and Ephraim.
Ephraim.
Hi. Hey, is David available right now?
I don't know who these glub shittos are.
He's muted at the moment.
They're muted. They're playing up a plate.
They're muted.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna need to have a talk with them.
Why? What's up?
Okay.
I forgot about that. Okay.
It's like Oblivion dialogue.
I forgot about that fucking voice line,
You
bro.
seem happy.
You didn't fucking answer because I asked you why you were asking me and you didn't answer.
You did not ask me anything.
Ooh.
I said
Locked.
I'm shrugging because I don't know why I still am. I'm assuming there's a reason why you're asking this.
That's-
And you just wrote, okay.
Yeah, that's not a question.
Going for the kill.
Oh my fucking
Okay, I'll admit that is definitely on me, at least somewhat. By the way, I'm recording this call, just so you all know.
Cool. Anyways.
Me as fuck.
No, I'll grant you I should have probably given you an explanation. But no, that wasn't a question. You didn't ask me anything, you just said something. But here's what I want to know, okay, David?
Got him.
Fine.
And I'm gonna let you decide if
not
you want to have the conversation here or one-on-one.
What is it?
Okay, I saw your community post.
This is Ephraim confronting David post RCV stream that we did on my channel.
Why did you change your mind on RCV? I'm not saying you were right or wrong to, I would just like to know.
The reason I changed my mind is because we're not gonna get anywhere if I'm just pissed off, so just a moment.
Okay?
Lol.
Okay. The reason I changed my mind is because after listening to those with more experience on this than us, and those people, we know who they are, Julian, Ace, and many others,
Oh my god, you guys, it's me.
as well as looking through the evidence
Such a
again,
woman.
I realized that was not grooming.
Okay.
That's why I changed my stance, because I was shown that I was wrong.
Okay, David. This is what, the third time in the last year?
Yeah.
You're completely wrong on this?
Okay, Ephraim, you were also dead wrong. Ephraim.
Yeah.
And in all three times, you just kind of, I saw you with George, or Horace, or whatever his dumb name is, basically completely change your mind in call in this server.
Ephraim also did that. What? Ephraim literally did the same thing. Trash versus garbage. What did you
David
miss?
does get mocked though.
David Grimm is a terrible person, and so is Ephraim.
Now, you were right to do that. Not sitting here and saying otherwise. But fundamentally, you see my annoyance, right?
Yeah, why do you think I said in my community post that I'm not getting involved in these anymore? Because I'm not cut out for it. And because of this shit.
David, that's not the point. It's not about you.
Then what is the...
It's about, I went on Ace's stream and defended myself for what, 2 hours? What happened to you? Someone just went up to you, went, hey, you're wrong. Holy shit, I never thought of that before.
This makes no fucking sense. Literally, why is Ephraim mad about this? Like, does Ephraim think that digging his heels into the shit, like...
No, it's more or less of a, they think that, David's only switching their opinion because of bigger platform, instead of actually believing it.
Okay, then Ephraim needs to say that. I don't remember if he says that in this call. Looks inside.
I don't
here's
recall.
Ephraim leaves.
Oops.
Real as fuck. Because this is so stupid. Because it sounds like Ephraim is trying to like boast about the fact that he dug his heels in on the Christian situation for an hour. Which no, that was not a fucking W, Ephraim.
At Rose Printed Glasses donated $2 to the nation. Ephraim more like Ephraim. Ha ha, got him.
So true. Like, Ephraim being like a little shit about Christian was not something virtuous. That was fucking stupid. Hello?
Hi.
Because I don't see a reason to defend something that is objectively wrong.
That's not what I said.
That is quite literally what you said, Ephraim.
At the Heaton Archive _Liquid Heaton donated $2 to the nation. OFC David is bad. He's Canadian.
They are Canadian. But thank you.
David.
Shut the fuck up.
Sexist.
Sorry.
The point I am making is that you have this habit of, especially in RCV, where you literally compiled a fucking zip folder saying, no, this is all the evidence. One other person says, oh, you're wrong here. How long did did that conversation you had with Julie and Ace take?
That was over the course of their whole fucking stream with going over the first part of RCV's thing.
Were you on that stream?
I was in the chat.
Yeah, they didn't
They saw it.
get on, lol.
Okay, well, I did not realize that.
I don't understand the beef here. Like, I don't even know if Ephraim is fucking smart enough to make insinuations because Ephraim doesn't understand shit unless you say it in the most direct manner possible. So I don't know how much I buy that they're like trying to accuse David here of only switching up on because bigger platforms said different. I think David's just fucking smart enough to realize when they're wrong.
Well, there is a point that Ephraim does. I actually do think Ephraim does make that point a little bit later in the call. I'll highlight it when it does it, or...
Okay, we'll see then.
Apologies. The reason why this is so frustrating is because fundamentally you were one of the people who was directly the most involved in this, who was looking over things the most. You kept saying, no, it's obvious. Isn't that what you said the night of Ace's stream with me, that it's just obvious?
Guys, reminder that it took 5 minutes for me to dismantle every single one of Ephraim's defenses for why we should call Christian a predator, and he immediately conceded after 5 minutes. Just pointing that out.
Apparently,
Here's one thing I am confused. How does David fit into RCV, or does he not?
David is they, them.
Sorry.
David,
Fuck you, Yan.
David
Oh, yeah, okay.
was the one who compiled the evidence of between between RCV and
Yeah, they made a zip folder.
between RCV and
That was made like right after our stream, right?
You're welcome, Christian.
Is that right, or was that initially?
That happened years ago.
Okay,
Yeah,
interesting.
David had compiled all the evidence together and was like, "Yep, this person, definitely a Diddy blood." Then they just washed their hands together and just walked away.
Does Ephraim know what fundamentally means? I don't have high hopes. Excuse me.
You fundamentally have low hopes?
Well, no shit.
What?
Apparently it fucking isn't, David.
It's obvious
Most
thing. That's what
involved.
Ephraim's getting on them for.
In this, who was looking over things the most. You kept saying, no, it's obvious. Isn't that what you said the night of Ace's stream with me, that it's just obvious? Apparently it fucking isn't, David.
Well, no
What does that even mean? What was obvious?
Did you not?
What was obvious?
Did you not? Dude, see, your Ephraim hate is just turning off his voice. Okay, this is
because fundamentally
Ephraim actually made a solid point, and now you're sweeping.
Then let me
You're
listen.
sweeping.
The reason why
Dude.
this is so
What?
I was gonna recap it, but just play it. Just play it. I don't care
Yes.
anymore.
frustrating is because fundamentally you were one of the people who was directly the most involved in this, who was looking over things the most. You kept saying, no, it's obvious. Isn't that what you said the night of Ace's stream with me, that it's just obvious?
David was saying it's obvious that RCV is a predator? This is worded
Yes.
very weirdly.
Apparently
Yeah,
it
well,
fucking
no, you
isn't,
just-
David.
No, you're just a plastic.
Yeah, you're just a hater. Okay, I got that first try, but
And
you know,
I will
yeah.
be, okay? If there are no Ephraim haters, it's because I died.
Well, no shit.
Okay, buddy.
Are you
Of course I was
Dude.
fucking wrong on this.
Are you understanding the point I'm making?
At this point,
Yeah.
what the fuck are you even trying to get at?
Ooh.
I'm trying to get at, fundamentally, you are just as much of a conformist as the
Fundamentally.
various people we've dealt with. The only difference is what circle you conform to.
Yeah, that is kind of the platform point. That's one of them.
That's not the implication that I get from that.
Well, what's the implication that you get, hater Julie?
Mm-hmm.
It's not necessarily a
Nuance,
platform thing. How big the platform is.
So, what do you think that Ephraim is implying with the conformist thing when referencing you and me?
Obviously, he's implying dishonesty on David's part, saying that David only conforms because people are saying, RCV innocent, which you would have to prove
People
that.
with?
It doesn't. Okay, your platform is not that big, buddy. Like,
Yeah, we'll see how that goes in the next year for you, buddy. Anyways,
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't think it's necessarily a platform thing. Because, like, a lot of these people didn't have, you know, the platforms. And my platform was smaller than Susie's when she was talking about...
No, they're talking about the night of the stream, you dingus.
Well, yeah,
I know.
but remember Ephraim also complained about David switching up on the George Raccoon thing? Susie
Yeah.
had a bigger platform than me when that
Mhm.
happened. I mean, technically Susie was on, like, fucking groomer leave, but, like, realistically, Susie had way more influence than I did.
No, it's okay. A space, get behind me. I think 1K is a pretty decent size, okay? It's pretty impressive,
I'm at
okay?
over 2K.
I think
Whatever,
1K is
whatever.
pretty
Everyone's
impressive.
hating.
I think 1.6K is pretty impressive in size.
No, the difference is.
Yeah, actually, I
thought-
think it's above
I know
average.
that's too much. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
overstimulated.
Difference is what circle you can form too.
No, the difference is I thought that this was one thing, and then I was told and proven by those who have more experience than I that I was wrong.
And what happens when someone with more experience tells you that actually you were right originally?
But what?
Yeah.
I take that with a grain of fucking salt because of that. But as we've seen, in those 3 instances that you brought up, I was objectively wrong.
Oh my god, so many viewers. 300 people watching. Over 300. Let's get this stream to 100 likes, you guys. We can do it. The typing, bro.
And it also depends on who even fucking said it, because for all I know, they could be fucking wrong. But I'd sooner trust someone like Julie and Ace, who have far more experience, one of which is a fucking victim of grooming, on their stances on this.
I mean, that's a little chopped, IMO. You shouldn't trust someone just because their position in life. You should trust the facts. David, what?
Of course I'm gonna take their word for it, because they have the
No, don't take people's word for shit, David, you fucking idiot!
I'm gonna take this
And one of the-
groom's word for it.
Oh,
But I
my
won't groom
God.
again.
was a fucking
In
victim of
context of
grooming.
Chile, interesting, then.
Of course I'm gonna take their
That's-
word for it,
okay.
because they have the experience, and one of them is a fucking victim of grooming. I'm
Ace,
not
you
gonna
agreed?
fucking fight over or argue
Sports.
or die on a fucking hill over this, when I can instead just take the fucking L and admit I was wrong.
I think that that's more commendable than whatever the fuck Ephraim was doing.
Hmm.
Like, I think not doubling down on your bullshit allegations is better than doubling down on them. Hot
I
take.
think
Scalding
gonna-
take, you guys.
to
Yeah,
try
don't
and
look at
like
chat.
put myself in his his shoes, you know. I think I wouldn't be surprised if part of it is that like Ephraim had been like, a lot of the people around Ephraim had been like, yeah, no, you're right, Ephraim, you're right, including David. Ephraim's the one to actually put the point forward publicly when it came to stuff like Christian, came to stuff like RCV and all the other things, like first and foremost. And then he comes back from like getting his shit rocked, and they're just like, yeah, we were wrong. So again, he's not right, but I can understand maybe where his frustration is coming from here.
Maybe. You bet on the wrong horse, bucko. Tough fucking titty. I don't feel bad for you. The fuck?
No, I don't. I'm just trying to probably.
No.
I'm trying to explain
I get
how
that.
this
I
could
get
happen.
that. I'm just saying that, like, Ephraim's fucking anger should be directed
Fuck
inward.
you,
What
yeah.
the
It's like
fuck?
everyone's in a line. It's like when everyone's in a line and they say, I need a volunteer, and then everyone else except for you takes a step back, so it looks like you step forward.
Yeah.
Don't look at chat.
Looks like Grim's trying to
Oh
save
my
face to
God.
Ephraim. I mean, I don't fucking know what the fuck these glup shittos have to gain anymore.
Look at this. Haikal made me into a bird.
Aww. Wait, can I show it on stream?
Yeah. They said expertly derailing you.
Fuck.
Show me, I want to see the button. Or the buoy.
It's in the streamer cabal.
It's literally in the group
Oh
chat.
my God, it's
like,
so
just
cute.
like click on it and then
Shut the
look at
fuck
it,
up,
yeah.
dude. Guys, look at the
Yeah,
bird.
just if you just click on something,
It's
copy paste.
Yennefer. It's Yen. It's so
Yenna bird.
Yennefer.
Yenna bird.
Oh my god, I'm so pregnant.
What?
You should get that checked out.
I did. I have an ultrasound meeting.
I heard that it hurts.
Oh my god.
It can hurt a little bit. Right now, I just am mostly feeling like the gas flutter across the uterus.
Oh, okay.
Like a tickle.
Have you internalized any lessons from these situations?
I sweep. That was a good question. Good question.
Not
sweep.
from
Sweep
fucking
alert. Sweep.
Ephraim!
Oh, hater alert. Wee woo, wee woo.
Yes. When did this happen? When did this call happen?
Ooh.
Apparently the same night as the RCV stream.
You
This
mean
happened after the stream?
the same fucking day that Ephraim tried to say that what happened to Morgan and Nexus was fine because Morgan folded when they got ganged up on by like 10 fucking angry little shits?
Well, I don't really see the relevance of that, but I guess so, yeah.
Ephraim's going with the fact that if people concede, then they must be fucking wrong, even if that person is literally getting ganged up on.
Well, I mean, that's... Yeah, they do take a concession as evidence that has kind of like been highlighted before, lol.
Well, duh.
Unfortunately so.
But Ephraim should have fucking learned from the Christian case that that's not always the fucking case, and you need to look at that critically.
Yeah, but like right
And
now, right, obviously this would
sweeping.
be obviously a whole different thing,
You're
right? This would be a
sweeping.
whole different... No, because you got to recognize we are giving the criticisms now in present day about past actions. So yes, the liquid stuff got corrected recently. The Morgan stuff's only being touched, but the Morgan stuff happened around the time when he had the standards with the liquid stuff before there was ever a seen issue with it. So obviously, it's a little bit of a presentism that you're doing right now with,
You
well,
sound like
now
you're
they know the
sweeping.
liquid stuff's fucked. It's not sweeping, it's just objective fact.
No,
Like, obviously-
if you fucking have a thing going off of, and then you realize
Well,
that that
no.
method of judging the thing is wrong, then you shouldn't immediately
Mhm.
double down on that with another situation.
They only realized it was wrong after this stuff happened.
No, this fucking happened the day that Ephraim said that in courthouse.
You're talking about like a Nexus at the time, though.
No,
So logged.
I'm talking about Ephraim defending
You're
what
mad.
happened in Nexus.
Okay, so then that's a different thing. That's not the concession thing. They're saying that they deserve it because they don't care.
No. Do I need
Because
to
they're a
bring up the
predator.
fucking courthouse logs right now?
That was, well, in Rin's DMs, they quite literally said, like, I don't care, they're a danger to minors. That's the thing that you even referred to yourself,
No,
right?
Let me bring up the fucking thing in courthouse, because I don't think you know what I'm talking about.
I'm going off what they said in Rin's DMs that you brought
I'm
up.
going off of what happened in courthouse. I've been telling you that, but you don't listen.
Grr, because it's irrelevant! Ugh.
_ authority
How can we be
donated
friends?
$2 to the nation. Broom emoji, broom emoji, broom emoji, broom emoji.
It's a
Thank
fair
you.
broom.
Literally
It's a fair broom.
sweeping.
No, it's called being fair. Smokes blunts.
It's not
Scary.
fair.
I
It
don't
is
like
fair.
it when mommy and daddy
No.
fight.
Do not call us mommy and daddy.
Bold to assume I was referring to you.
Who the fuck were you referring to then? Who else is
The
here?
voices.
The fucking ghost? So you're saying you're dating you're dating Julie. Interesting.
What?
Interesting.
Ed Freya
Interesting.
Stonebridge donated $5 to the nation. Ephraim sounding tough right after being whipped by the Italian man.
Lol.
Okay, I have the screenies.
Mm-hmm.
I will be pulling them onto stream right now. Also, thank you for the donations, you guys.
Don't
Yeah,
make it obvious.
gulps.
Fucking-
Oh, you want me to be Ephraim or
Sure, you
Whatever.
can be Ephraim, since you love him so much.
I just do a better voice, but it's whatever.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Here we go.
Here goes Julie, sweeping for...
So this happened. This happened before the stream. I said, when did you talk to Ace about Morgan?
Don't look at GC. Okay, anyways.
Today, like, right now?
Oh, so not when he told you he was looking into RCV.
Because I didn't think that would lead to people reaching out to Morgan.
Why would it not? You guys treated her like dog shit in Nexus, and your own reasoning was fucking stupid as shit. Neutral and one of the parties is a fucking predator when he isn't. Oh yeah, because Ephraim did publicly say that RCV was a predator.
Excuse me.
To dunk on
Yeah,
Morgan.
sorry. I blushed.
Go.
I thought you were just talking to your chat, to be honest. I was kind of playing some Sonic Adventures. Okay,
God.
Were you?
hold on.
Were you?
Morgan did nothing to dispute that, though.
But what? Fuck, bruh. Prove the negative, bro.
I don't feel like it. Wait, do you really not see an issue here?
Reiterating a little.
Said you didn't prove it, stupid. It was not proven. Morgan is allowed to believe it's not predation because it didn't prove that.
Chris Part 2 asks incident going on right now. That's not what happened. No. Okay. Morgan folded like a chair the second they were criticized and joined the rest of us.
That sounds so cult-like.
Right? Then Yen read for Cal.
Okay.
Join us?
She was being dogpiled by 5 people and given a time limit of 20 to 30 minutes. Oh, fucking course she folded.
You mean how Christian folded and admitted he was a pred when he got dogpiled in a GC? You're so fucking stupid. And then this person says, exactly. I said, you learned nothing from Christian, you're a fucking idiot. Gathered like a fucking group of sheep.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
Anyways.
bro, it's like, that's fucking stupid, dude.
You know, the thing with the Morgan, like, Nexus stuff's really interesting because they're claiming, like, oh, you didn't get, you went to RCV side to get RCV sized first. Technically, it didn't happen, by the way. If you look at the time, actually what happened, right? From my understanding, it's Morgan looks at Habit's doc, then looks at OberZ's doc, speaks to RCV. It is only from talking to RCV that they knew that document that OberZ wrote, I believe, I need to recheck OberZ's doc for this, but I'm pretty sure that's the only way that it was known that these guys had actually spoken to RCV, and that was from RCV's own mouth saying that the OberZ doc is his side of the situation. So if Morgan didn't speak to RCV, they wouldn't have known that, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So technically, they did get Habit's side first.
Yeah. Also, no, Morgan was not the minor. Morgan is a predator who preyed on a 17-year-old when they were 26.
Yeah.
But prior to everyone knowing that, Morgan was jumped for doing something completely fucking normal in a he said, she said case of predation allegations. And was fucking grilled because they decided to look for RCV's side. And Ephraim didn't fucking think to rethink that situation after dealing with Christian. They just went, well, Morgan folded, so clearly Morgan must have been wrong. Like, no! You guys fucking jumped them. Like, literally 10 fucking people jumping them. Of course they're gonna fucking fold. These people don't have fucking strong wills or anything. And yes, Morgan is a fucking terrible fucking degenerate, but this was unrelated to that.
I did find it interesting that these people were just like, it was Habit in the Nexus chat being like, you could have spoken to me. If you actually look at OberZ's document and the conversation that Safi had with OberZ, the only reason why OberZ spoke to Safi is because it was impossible to get into contact with Habit. To the point that was it in Obazi's document? They proved that Safi basically volunteered, saying, "Hey, if you need to speak to someone like about the habit stuff, talk to me instead."
Yeah, and like so yeah, I think it's fucking rich for Ephraim to get onto other people for not internalizing lessons from cases when Ephraim clearly did not fucking internalize anything from the Christian case, when he immediately then doubled down on the RCV case and thought that like ganging up on someone until they concede makes them wrong. Hello?
I love when my script is finished. It means I have all of the autistic information.
Away.
I literally say in my community post that I am not cut out for that
That's
shit. So I'm not.
what I fucking meant.
Oh my god, two retards fighting. Sorry, but like, what the fuck?
He's winning. Get him, Ephraim. Get them.
What characteristics do you have that led you to do all of this?
Whoa, that was deep.
That's not. Oh my god, this is such a stupid point. What characteristics do you have that make you be able to tell when you're wrong?
What kind of question are you asking there, Ephraim? Ethnicity,
That's kind of deep.
race.
This is just Ephraim fumbling and having a tantrum. That's exactly what the fuck this is.
This is deep.
Also, 5 likes away from 100. Guys, get me to 100.
No.
Literally just a case of I thought that
Why
this
not
was
give
a
you a like?
situation. I thought this was one thing, and I was wrong.
Why did you think that?
Based on the things I was taught growing up and the like, I thought and learned over that time, I thought it was this thing based on my experiences.
Yes, and that's
and
fucking
then,
stupid, David.
when stuff like this, where I was proven wrong, I was informed of a new fucking experience that I was not aware of, and I realized I was wrong. Because there are some things that I just don't fucking know, and this was one of them.
I'm sorry, David.
So, what you
Puts hand
learned
on your
from this
shoulder.
is no more things.
No, what I learned from
What?
So, what you learned from this is no more things.
Ephraim, you're fucking stupid.
I think he's got a point.
What's the point, dude?
No more things.
Like, you asked David why they thought something. David says, I grew up with this position and I was exposed to a different position, and then I fucking realized that my position was narrow-minded and fucking incomplete and wrong. And then Ephraim says, so you learned nothing. What?
No, what I learned from this is I'm not cut out, is that I should be more critically thinking, but also that I shouldn't be involved in this because it caused all of this problem in the first place. Three times
What
too
do you
many.
guys say to that, Ephraim?
Problem in the first
Actually,
place.
yeah.
So, that I shouldn't be involved in this because it caused all of this problem in the first place.
I find that more commendable, and I'm not giving fucking David their flowers because I think David's a right fucking piece of shit. But I can at least acknowledge that this is a smarter way of handling this shit than Ephraim. Like, David's clearly just throwing in the towel and going, yeah, I was fucking wrong. I need to shut the fuck up and learn my fucking place.
Times too many.
David, I don't think I ever want to talk to you again.
Ephraim, I want to talk to you
Ooh.
so bad. Ephraim, get on the stream.
That's kind of obsessive.
Ephraim.
Yeah, a little,
Ephraim, get on the stream. I just want to talk. I just want to talk, Ephraim. This is so fucking dumb. This is so fucking dumb, dude.
She
Trash
looks like
versus
that one
garbage.
fucking drawing, just like, why is this dude so mad?
Nah, Chili's like, I wrote you, but you still ain't calling. Like to Ephraim right now.
That was me to
Ephraim,
give an ant.
Ephraim, why you got me sitting at home waiting to hear the phone ring, boy? Ephraim, here
He
is
got you
reminding
meditating to that.
Hush,
Yeah, fuck
oh, baby, don't say a word.
Got you
here-
meditating to the dial tone.
Ephraim here is reminding me a lot of how Light talked to me in the GC of my confrontation. Not gonna lie, it's pissing me off even more because Ephraim's a fucking little shithead. Ephraim has absolutely no self-awareness, and it's embarrassing for someone of his age.
Christian, if you need to go, you can go, by the way. Let's hand on shoulder.
No, who else is gonna call me pretty?
You're pretty gay.
Can you call me tiny?
Yeah, that's why you do this.
You're tiny.
Oh.
See, that's what Truly did. They got a platform, right? They got all the subs and the likes and everything just so they can get complimented.
It's true. I have been so open about this, you guys. I love attention. Julie's saying I just want to talk like she's got a baseball bat full of nails behind her back. It's not even behind my back, bro. I fucking wear that shit on my sleeve.
You one of those
Planted Glasses
girls.
donated $2 to the nation. Ephraim, come on stream. We not gonna jump you.
Ephraim, come on stream. I am gonna jump you.
Mama warned me about girls like you.
I was hoping she was right.
How old is Ephraim? Ephraim is 23. Ephraim is my age, just 3 months shorter.
Sorry.
3 months younger.
That's not funny.
Oh, I am pretty. Thank you. Okay. David! We're gonna call you now.
Wait, do we have to like specify in the GC like Safi? Don't pick up. Not your what are you, the fucking Grim Reaper?
Alright, okay, we're gonna call in David right now.
Wow.
David. Dad,
Welcome, David, to the fucking street.
My name.
Well, okay.
David, are you there?
Oh. Are you there?
I'm here.
Round
Okay.
control.
So, have you been watching the stream at all?
Yes, I've been watching it in and out.
Okay. I do have quite a few questions for you because I have been reading some shit that has been making me go, what the fuck? But would you, just right off the bat, because you've been watching everything, just if you could just explain yourself to the chat real quick.
Well, what exactly do you want me to explain? Like, what I did, or?
Explain your involvement in the RCV case, and also I want you to explain your involvement in the situation with Morgan and why you did those things.
Okay. So my involvement with the RCV case was, 1, spreading the document by habit, B, going through the evidence as well as perpetrating the claims of habit that RCV had groomed habit, and basically supporting habit throughout the entire process. In other words, I was a big part of spreading the RCV document around and being involved in that investigation.
Okay, and also tell the chat, because I know that I asked you this on Ace's stream, I believe it was. How much of the evidence did you actually read?
That would be about half.
Okay.
And that's unacceptable, I know.
And why did you go with these claims? Like, only reading half. Like, I want to know what you were thinking.
Okay. The reason I did that was because I thought that they proved intensive grooming, and the problem with that is... No, I'm not going to give... No, sorry. I'm so used to trying to over-explain. I thought that it was enough.
Okay.
So just to clarify, you thought you saw some smoking guns and just thought it was just like, oh yeah, we got it, right?
I thought that.
Okay.
Can you remember some specific examples in the stuff that you'd seen that you thought was quite damning?
At the time when I initially looked at the evidence, I thought that there were some bits like the calling of the cat, or like the pet play and stuff, was a bit odd, especially... That's one of it. The date part was a bit off because of the age. I thought that was the smoking gun at the time.
Oh, yeah. Were you ever, like, corrected on the age thing, or did you go into it with the situation of thinking that this person was an adult when they got into a relationship with, like, a 14-year-old?
I thought RCV was 17 and Habit was 14.
Okay. Did you ever read Obazi's doc? I don't know if I've asked you that before.
My memory on that is very hazy because that was a long time ago, but I do recall its existence at least. Yes.
Okay. It's just interesting that it seems to be a lot of these people seem to have gone, yeah, we or like, sorry, from the Nexus logs, right, and stuff like that, being like, yeah, we kicked out Oberz, or like we, went at Oberz for a reason. You got Light having his Twitter crash out at Oberz, stuff like that, right? And yet, if people actually read the document, he just flatly proved the ages. Like, there's no confusion in there. Like, the only thing it would actually be missing would be Oberz unironically just showing RCV's ID, but like, again, like, or like the specific date in which they started dating, but like, the matter of the fact is, right, the information was wrong regardless. And Oberz had it like absolutely correct, including like the DM scrolls with Safi. I don't know, I just found it extremely interesting that someone back in 2023 said basically verbatim the critiques we've had here, and was right, and everyone just sort of like brushed it off. But again, if you haven't seen it, or don't remember seeing it, then fair enough.
The reason I'm not getting defensive over that is because, yes, I fully acknowledge that, especially now that I'm reading it over, I see that, oh my god, Oberz was telling the truth. And I know that my wording means not a lot at the moment, and I get that. I accept that. But no, you're right.
So you did see the document?
I'm reading the document currently.
But did you see it at the time, David?
That's, like I said, I'm not entirely sure. I knew its existence, but I don't know if I read it at the time.
Awesome.
I know, that's a terrible excuse, and I acknowledge that.
What the fuck, David?
I know.
Ugh. Okay. So that's that case. Fucking flop. Like, okay. So I don't know why you didn't think this was like an important thing to do. Guys, when handling a case of predation, you should know the exact ages of the people involved. And I don't mean just numerical age. I mean, you should know their exact fucking birth dates. Because the numerical age, obviously, as you guys have learned, does not tell you the full story. Because Habit's big claim was that they were 14 dating a 17-year-old. That insinuates a 3-year age gap, which can be pretty fucking dicey at a certain point. However, we now know that the age difference was 2 years, 2 months, and 10 days. Meaning that there was a 3-year numeric age difference for exactly not even 3 months, dude. And that's obviously much, much closer to a 2-year age gap, which makes things seem a lot more normal than saying, hey, these people are like 3 years apart. And the fact that like no one had questioned that, no one said, hey, what are the actual ages of these people, is like, it's ridiculous. And it's fucking stupid. I'm gonna rant about Habit real quick. Habit was so stupid because Habit knew RCV's age. Habit had evidence of RCV's age. Habit drew fucking birthday art for RCV. That was part of the evidence of like, oh, I drew RCV birthday art, and it was bad because it referenced this one meme, even though I'm the fucking person that drew it and I have no evidence of whether or not the person I drew it for knew what the fuck it's even from.
And there was several pieces of documentation of like tweets that RCV had made being like, I can't believe I'm now an adult, I can't believe I'm in high school, or I can't, stuff like that, right? That would signify it's a birthday.
Yeah. Habit.
I'm just confused on that.
They also started dating like a week before RCV turned 17. And so Habit decided to frame that as 14 and 17 because rounding up while conveniently leaving out the fact that they were about to turn 15.
3 months from 15 to be precise.
Yeah. And so this is David's fucking involvement in this shit. And David, I do want to you to explain your involvement in the situation handling Morgan, because I do have some questions about even recent activity with Morgan that you have had.
Of course. So my involvement with the Morgan situation was participating in the investigation, engaging in the call with Morgan, DMing them over time, and trying to hold them accountable. However, those messages... Those messages were coaching. Those messages did heavily come off as coaching / optics checking.
Why did you do that?
To be honest, the reason why was because I thought that was keeping them in check. It wasn't, but that's what I thought at the time.
How did you even think that that was keeping them in check? And I know that I've asked some of these questions on Ace's stream, but we're on my channel right now, and I do want to reiterate a lot of points because not everyone who was there for Ace's stream that is here right now.
Of course. The reason... The reason is just because of the... Again, I didn't... No. It's the... I don't know why I'm stumbling over this. This is so stupid of me to do this. Okay. The reality of it was, I thought that it wasn't... Or I thought that this was the right thing to do, and I did not apply critical thinking to it because I was thinking with my emotions instead of my brain during these situations.
What was your goal, bro?
To try and keep them away from minors, and also to stop them from doing this again.
And you thought that not informing the community that has an audience full of minors was the best way to do that?
Yes, that's what I thought.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. I just wanted to make sure.
I too also have a line of questioning about the Morgan stuff.
I'm also curious. Oh, sorry. Real quick, if I have a couple more questions.
Okay.
I do want to ask, because I did not know that this existed until literally today. As you can see in the screen share that I have pulled up right now on Discord, you talk about this becoming, a public thing, and you like in the possibility, which I think is fucking crazy, because it still shows that it wasn't even like a definite in your mind, like, yeah, this actually, the fucking fact that this bitch is a predator should be public.
Yes, I agree. My mindset at the time was that since victim...
At Lousy Livoser 1382 donated $2 to the nation. Stayed in contact with Morgan for 3 years BTW_.
Exactly. I'm gonna pause dono notifications real quick. You can keep donating if you want to. As soon as we're done talking with David, I will let them play, and then we will call in Safi.
Okay.
So
at the time,
David.
my logic... Of course. So at the time, my thought process was, because Turbo had not made a statement, and Turbo was the victim, I thought it wouldn't be wise for Morgan to make their statement.
No. I'm asking why, like, you were saying why it clearly wasn't like a fucking definite to you that, like, their predation, should be public.
Because I thought that the person who should say it first was Turbo to reveal this, not Morgan, because the predator would be getting ahead of this before the victims spoke.
But they already did.
David, it was already public. You can't just, like, sweep it under the rug and say, well, if the victim doesn't want to say anything, then, you know, I guess this person just gets to get away with it publicly. Like, you realize how fucking irresponsible that is, right?
Yes, what I was referring to though was that I didn't think that Morgan should make their statement until after Turbo made their statement.
No,
I
They
thought
didn't need
I
to make a
would.
statement.
should-
They didn't
I-
need to make a statement. The fact that they made a document claiming a 17-year-old groomed them is enough evidence to say this person is a groomer and preyed on this child. And that should be enough for you to go, Morgan, publicly, is a predator. Watch the fuck out. Don't interact with them. Here's the document. Look at this idiot.
Yes, I should. Yes, I should have done that.
Yeah, so I think because I feel like I'm feeling a tiny bit of a disconnect. I think we're all in agreement that this stuff should have been publicized, sure, to try to explain the point. Because if you guys recall from the earlier explanation of this, Morgan definitely made that document to silence Turbo. So even if it wasn't the smartest way to go about it, I think that David was trying to have it so that Turbo would speak and not be silenced again. I think that is an intention that they kept in the back of their mind. Obviously, this was not the best way to go about it. Optics checking a predator is obviously stupid to do, but I believe that's their intention.
I guess that would make sense under certain circumstances. Like, if you think that, like, it would make sense, like, if you think the person, if they knew stuff was going to become public, would try to get ahead of it to kind of, like, skirt around it and make it sound like it's not a definite that it's going to be made public.
Right. Did you guys maintain contact with Turbo? And
We
asked, are you going to be coming out publicly with this?
So, okay, I'll address the second portion in a moment, just because that part threw me off a bit. But I'll explain why then. With
Okay.
Turbo, we did have communication with Turbo at least a few weeks after the Morgan call. After a bit, the group chat did fall silent, and those DMs have been forwarded to Ace.
Right.
So, but after that, the chat fell silent. There was potentially a look into the other allegations towards Turbo from other people, because this wasn't the first one, as we found out. But then that didn't go anywhere. So as for
Wait, so the focus shifted onto the... So, just so I'm understanding this right, and I'm not misunderstanding. You guys, you know, had a GC with Turbo after the Morgan stuff. Then accusations against Turbo, focus shifted onto that instead, and investigating that person.
I believe that was Toucan.
Yes.
Okay.
to Toucan, because
David is not
Because we didn't
Ephraim,
know-
you guys. Stop being stupid.
but yes, it was to Toucan, and that was because we didn't know if there was anything else to say for the Morgan case at the time.
Is that David? Did you ask the person that you just confirmed as a victim of predation? Did you ask them, hey, like it'd be like, this is important to talk about publicly because this person has a public presence. Are you comfortable? Like, what are you comfortable with? Like, hey, are you comfortable telling your parents about this so that, you know, there could be like a potential police report on this? Because like, this is serious stuff. Were any attempts to involve Turbo in like this situation where they've been victimized, to involve them in the help and rectification, that's not the word, the rectifying of, you know, the situation where they were victimized and then falsely publicly accused of shit? Like, were any efforts like that made?
No, it wasn't.
I want to ask something just to kind of clear the record. When it came to the Toucan stuff, right? Was it possible, because seeing your guys' standard before, this definitely raises this question, was it possible with the sting operation that happened against Turbo? Did you guys actually consider Turbo to be a predator because of that, or what was the thought process about that at that point?
We did not consider Turbo as a predator.
Okay.
But the investigation into Toucan and the others did not go far. In hindsight, that's probably for the best because, well,
You guys fucking
the
suck.
Morgan. Yeah, no, I'm not arguing that. We did.
Okay, so there was literally no effort on centering the victim when handling the situation with Morgan.
Because like the thing is, even if there was like any level of validity with the Toucan stuff, like someone can still. It doesn't remove the fact that they were a victim.
Yeah, it just means that there's two predators, bro.
Right, which definitely is trickier to handle, but still definitely.
It is
cannot be
trickier to
ignored.
handle, but it does not take away a person's victimhood. It doesn't
Yeah,
change
I mean,
it.
not by much. You can just acknowledge that both people have preyed on other people. And this is not us saying that Turbo is a predator, because as far as we're aware, the Toucan situation does not prove that.
Oh yeah, it's a 2-year age gap in
yeah.
a couple months.
And also, in fact, it could have been Turbo being victimized by an adult pretending to be a minor, while Turbo was also still a minor.
Yep.
Meaning that an adult was sexually engaging with a minor pretending to be a minor. In which case, that is levels of fucked up that I don't understand that we have to reach. But we're pointing out the fact that none of this was handled with fucking care, and I think it's ridiculous that, you know, this situation has caused such a domino effect because so much stuff has been mishandled. And I do want to fucking know, like, why, I mean, I guess you've already had to explain, like, just to get this from your mouth, when you were talking to Morgan in this screenshot that I have right on the Discord right now, for chat wondering, this is the one from February where David was telling Morgan to basically, you know, shut up and not say anything. Were you being fake in these messages to just, you know, try and lure Morgan into what you think would be the best outcome for the victim? Or were you being sincere in, like, the concerns that you were having about, like, oh, you're gonna be seen as a manipulator and stuff?
To be brutally honest, I was being genuine and I thought that this would have worked.
Why the fuck do you care if the groomer gets seen as a manipulator? You know that Morgan is a manipulator.
Shouldn't have. The fact of the matter is I shouldn't have. But
David,
I,
you just
but I did.
undefended yourself. And I mean, hats off for, like, admitting that you're a fucking idiot, but, like, you realize that you just did that, right?
Yes.
Nice, okay. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. David, why?
Yeah, so I definitely do still have some questions regarding the Morgan stuff as well, because I've made it pretty clear I am talking to Turbo, but I gotta ask, right? To the best of your memory of what happened here, and in the group chats and stuff like that, did any of you, right, ever think we should file a police report? Did any of you even talk to Turbo about legal routes or anything like that?
We did not.
Is there a reason as to why you did not?
The reason I didn't is because I didn't have the name of either Morgan, the full legal name of Morgan or Turbo.
Okay, and why was
But I
this a... Sorry.
But I should have.
Sorry.
No, I'm
And-
saying I'm sorry. I'm just saying I should have.
No, you're good. You're good. And I'm just saying, and this was a group decision, right?
Yes.
Interesting. Because I took a little bit of a look at the call, David. And in the prep call, right, you're already coming to the conclusion, which this is not contradictory. I'm just highlighting it for the Morgan call for context. But the prep call, it literally starts off with you saying that they are a groomer who groomed a 17-year-old, and that the reason why you don't have Morgan join like a certain server is because there's minors in it, acknowledging that they are a danger to minors. Now, there's nothing wrong with that statement. The problem I'm having is in the Morgan call, you act as if they could come back from this. You actually say that outright and only focus on whether or not they're in the SCC or not. Can you explain to me your mind process, your thought process as to A, why you thought that they can come back from this, and B, why the only focus was on the SCC?
The reason why I said the reason why was because I was thinking with my emotions and not my brain, and I thought that they could just around adults still be a decent person as long as they were away from minors.
Did you feel that way about other people that were predators? Did you feel that way about RCV?
I was confused with RCV just because, like...
Bro.
No, I was confused about RCV's situation just because of the fact that I knew who RCV was.
Bro, you fucking helped. You helped in the allegations. And by the way, when I say predators, I mean believed predators. RCV is not a predator, you guys.
Right, so that naturally opens up the question to build off of that, David, right, before you answer the second thing, right, since you answered this first one. Have you ever had any other situations besides Morgan where you thought a predator could be reformed?
Thought with RCV that as long as he was away from minors, he could still do his thing, but...
Did you believe that about George Raccoon?
No.
Why not?
So wait, hold on. Before you dig into George Raccoon, I want to dig into RCV a little bit more because that was interesting. Did you keep tabs on RCV and DMs to keep an eye on them?
No, I did not.
And so why? What was the difference between RCV and Morgan in that sense, if you thought the same for them?
Because I didn't consider the idea of that at the time.
I mean...
They were the same time, bro.
Just confused in the way it's handled.
Well, wait a minute. The RCV stuff was 2023. The Morgan call happened in 2024.
Okay, when did Morgan drop their document? Do you remember that at all?
I do not.
GG.
Yeah, the archive just says 2024.
God fucking damn.
I know. But I think that's interesting, though, David, because if you do have this standard, right, that a person can grow and change, right, which, sure, I'm not going to shame you for necessarily having that standard. Obviously, it's a little bleak in this context, but sure, let's say that that's the standard that you withhold, right? The problem I'm going to have with that logic is why, when it came to the woman with the person with the 9-year age gap, right, that one deserved check-ins and optics checks and all this shit. But when it came to RCV, it was just crickets. For especially a way smaller age gap.
Because I had not considered that idea for the RCV stuff at the time.
So I guess what changed between RCV to Morgan for you to adapt that, conditioning, if you will?
It was an idea that I thought up around the time of the Morgan call, and I thought that would work. That's it.
So
was there anything that led you to open your heart to this person and be like, yes, I will believe in your redemption?
No, I just followed my emotions instead of my brain.
So okay, so why did you have? So this is why this is interesting, though, because you're saying this is an emotional decision, right? Very different case. Did you, by any chance, happen to think of going, not going easy? Did you happen to handle Morgan with kitty gloves by your own definition? So by your own standards.
I did go into that call with a kitty gloves attitude because we needed answers.
Okay, so
That makes more sense, but like that doesn't follow through. That's not a logical progression into how you continue to treat the situation after you got all the necessary information. Because realistically, unless you're going to do something with the information, why would you even try to get it in the first place? If you weren't going to do anything with it. What practicality were you serving by getting all this information if you weren't going to do anything with it?
Because I thought that we would eventually do something with it, but it didn't. We didn't.
You okay?
So-
What?
Okay, so I do still have a couple questions as well. Now, I want you to be honest to me to the best of your ability, David, with this one. And this is going to be bleak, but I gotta ask it. Did you, by any means, see Morgan as not innocent, right? Not innocent. That's not what this question means, but as vulnerable?
What do you mean by vulnerable?
Like, was there a type of energy that you got from this person that made you go softer on them than other people?
No.
Okay.
Did you have
So
a
that is-
particular affection for this person that made you be like, actually, we need to be nicer after about everything and not
No.
public, bruh.
The thing is, I just find it, not to specifically to Chili's point, but more towards Ace's direction, why I find it hard to believe is because a lot of the people, like from the past that I have seen of the called Morgan, is like Morgan saying like, maybe I could come, maybe in a few years I can come back, and life's just like, and people are just like, no, I think your time here is done. You've had 10 years with us. Like, it's just like the end of like a company like meeting and like, I'm sorry, where to see you go type of thing. Like, this person has just trimmed a kid. And it's like, it seems that the tone overall was incredibly like, I'm sorry, or like, as in like, we didn't want to have to do this.
It feels
but
very
you
much
made a
like
choice.
Susie talking to Vigelcio.
Well, the reason
Compared,
why...
consider well. Also, I will also. Sorry, Ace,
Yeah.
to cut you off. There's a final bit. It's heavily juxtapositioned by the fact that you guys ended the call by screaming like, "Oh God, that was awful." It just to me just seems like evident that this was handled incredibly softly. Because why are you guys holding back when this is like you don't need any more information? You're telling this person, get the fuck out.
Because that was because at the time I thought we needed answers, so that's why we went lighthearted on it.
But David, you got the answers.
Well, yeah. So to be more specific, right? We're not talking about the beginning of the call, to build on Yen's point, right? At the end of the call, right after Morgan leaves, you guys go, oh, fuck, dude, holy fuck, that was torture, right? Like, you all do that whole thing. So I guess to build on that, when you already had all your answers and Morgan is about to leave, why was there still a level of civil, I guess, mannerisms if you guys thought that this guy was a person was a grooming predator and you already just didn't like them anyways?
Well, honestly, at that point I was just trying to get the call over with, or call result. So that's
Well,
why I was going nice.
Yeah, but to be clear, David, you specifically say, I hope the next time we talk is not like a call like this.
Yes.
So you even say for them that you hope that they have a good day, right? You know, good rest of their evening. So
Yes.
Oh shit.
I guess why the lightheartedness near the end of the call then?
I think my mindset at that time was, if I did this, it would get this, or it would wrap this call up, because the call had been going on for a long time. And in case, and following up with the keeping them accountable, using that lighthearted tone would keep Morgan in a mood to want to talk in that case. in the future.
Were you ever thinking that you guys were ever going to have another call or something?
Yes, we thought that there might have been another call in the future if we found out Morgan was lying or was doing more of this.
Like,
So
just-
to get this straight,
Sorry, if real quick, I just want to play like the end of the call real quick because I have it pulled up. Like for reference, you guys, this is what we're referring to. This is the end of the 3.5-hour call.
Thank you for your time, and thank you for your answers. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thanks. You too.
All right, take care.
Take care.
Take care.
Holy fuck, that was a pain in the ass!
Oh my god! I feel like I just shat out a pineapple. Jesus fuck!
We gotta switch to courthouse quick, man.
Immediately. Go, 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 go.
Oh my god, I wanted to yell at like 5 points.
so to really just also highlight what you said, David. So so I'm understanding, and it's very painfully clear for the audience. You guys kept a lighthearted civil tone just in case, for the instance, if it ever became public that Morgan preyed on another kid, that you would hope that they would be accepting of another call because of your previous lightheartedness. Am I somewhere around the ballpark with that assertion?
We kept the lighthearted tone in the event of a second call, and if they were lying, we would call them out on it. But there are problems with that plan, I know.
This was literally just a just in case type of situation.
Yes. But it shouldn't have been, I know.
GG, bro. Like
Because the lightheartedness is one thing, but like the thing that I get a little held up on is because you said the reason why you were a lot softer was due to emotion. And that's an interesting statement, David, because lightheartedness, right? When you talk about being lighthearted to get answers out of them, that's not an emotional decision. That's a logical decision. So when you say emotion here, it makes me think that you did something irrational, like under an irrational mindset. So I guess, can you explain what that is?
In regards to in the call, or just to make sure I heard that right?
So in the call and afterwards, right, you were saying that you were being very nice to them because out of emotion. Like we were building on that, right? Like it was an emotional decision. I guess what sparked that emotional decision for you? Because that would indicate that it was an irrational decision.
My thought process was that I thought that they could change and be better. So
And what caused you to have that?
Because my thought process was that people can change. However, and this is the problem, I should not have applied this, and I know this means nothing, but I need to say it for transparency. I can't give that to somebody that fucking groomed somebody like Turbo did, like with Turbo.
Okay, like again, I asked this because I noticed a big inconsistency, buddy. Did you feel the same way about George?
No, I didn't with George.
Why? What made Morgan so special, dude?
I don't know why I gave Morgan that treatment and not George. I should have, but I didn't, and I don't get it.
And okay, and just to acknowledge everyone, and David, I want you to say this for everyone on the stream. I want everyone on the stream to hear this come from your fucking mouth. You sat there, saw in specific that, you know, I was talking about George Raccoon. You saw my Blue Sky post. You saw my Blue Sky post that said, hey, I'm gonna be making a video about the Cloud Palace and Susie. because people have been covering up for a predator, and you knew that George Raccoon was the predator. You saw that Susie was fucking flopping for covering for a predator, and not only that she was getting fucking reamed off the internet, but that the record concerning George was also going to be corrected to show that yes, he actually is a predator. You saw that and went to Morgan, someone who you got an admission from that she was dating a 17-year-old while 26, and thought, yes, actually, you are as bad as Susie. But I'm not gonna change my thought process on the fact that you should be exposed for what you did.
Yes, I did that. I saw your posts. I saw that you were referring to George and Susie, and I still said that to Morgan with that in mind. I did that.
Okay, so you just, like, fundamentally lack any critical thinking at all.
That was my... Yep. Sorry. For full transparency, in the time since the call, in Ace's stream, I've had time to look back on everything, and I came to the realization that, yes, I thought with my emotions and not my brain in these, and that was my Achilles heel. I am not cut out for these because I did not apply it.
Okay, so
and because I did not apply it, I hurt these people.
So yes, you lack critical thinking. Just say that.
Yes, I lack critical thinking, and that's why I'm not cut out for these spaces.
Even when we specifically caught your involvement, your admittedly relatively brief involvement and, you know, more distanced involvement in Christian, and we pulled you in, and I specifically told you, dude, you have got to exercise critical thinking more. Because I genuinely did think better of you, David. I thought that you had a good head on your shoulders. I thought you were capable of, you know, I know that you're capable of accepting when you're wrong, but I thought that extended into more overall critical thinking of, hey, I need to actually pay the fuck attention to what the fuck I'm doing and saying, especially when it revolves around predators, David! Predators! Not just shitheads, child victimizers! And at no point, when I was telling you that, and you were seeing that Christian had been completely fucking mishandled and slandered, did you think, oh fuck, I need to rethink how the fuck I've been talking to Morgan?
That is correct. I did not.
Fuck you, David.
So,
is there any more questions? Sorry, go on, Ace.
Yeah, so, because I'm still trying to, like, I'm not trying to obviously drag this point out, but naturally, I'm trying to see if your standard's consistent here, and it seems to be inconsistent. So, other than, like, I guess to try to have more examples, when it comes to believing specifically that predators could change, is there another example that you could think of other than RCV or Morgan?
No.
So, I guess why just those two?
Because I thought with those two cases that they could change. That was my belief, and that's the problem.
Guys,
okay, so
the power of friendship.
Well, I want to build off of that, right? Obviously, if that's your belief, but it's very hyper specific to those two, right? What qualities did these people possess to trigger that belief to be only catered to those two?
I think it was because of the fact that I knew who they were. While I wasn't friends with Morgan, I did know of who they were.
So, yes, so you're not, I know you're saying not friends, but the reason why you had a hyper fixated standard only onto these two is because of your association and, I mean, bias, I guess, of knowledge of these two?
Yes.
and that would be why you probably. So, because of an innate bias, is that why you handled the Morgan stuff with kitty gloves?
Yes.
So you're just an apologist? Guys, you don't understand my friend the Predator is actually very nice. I believe in him.
Well, seeing their DMs, I can vouch that at least DM wise, they didn't really talk that much other than being acquaintances, which is what makes it a bit more bleak in my opinion. But it's just really bizarre because so you're telling me, because I know obviously just with RCV as well, but you're telling me with Morgan again specifically, the main thing that triggered them is just because you happen to know who they were and have some conversations with them, right? That's why
Correct.
you went softer on them.
So you fucking
Correct.
demonize the Predator, dude. Dude, that's apology. That's apologia. That's apologia. See, I know this Predator personally, so I think that they can whoa.
So I guess what you're kind of saying is since you saw this person as a person before the Predator, that's why you handled it differently,
David.
right?
Yeah.
David, you're too fucking old, dude. Say your
I
chat.
know.
Say your age for the chat.
32.
Guys, the big 3-2. Oh my god.
Okay.
For all the
I mean-
Spanish speakers in the chat. 32.
I'm trying to think if I have any other questions regarding this. I already asked for the police report. I've already asked. So I guess
God.
that does kind of recontextualize some things. So did you not think to go for a police report because you saw this person as a person and not as a predator as well? Hold on. Let them answer.
No, like I said, the only reason I didn't file the report was because I didn't have their names.
The information, right? So okay, so the public awareness, though, right? We'll focus on that because, to be fair, you did answer that. My apologies, but with the public awareness to not giving it to other bigger creators and calling it out yourself on your own platform, was that another case if you saw this person as a person and not a predator?
No, that was because of because of previous standards with investigations, where unless they were lying about the contents of the call, or again groomed another person, we would not make that call public.
I'm sorry. Say that.
Okay,
Say that again for the for the
Whoa,
record. Say that
what?
again for the record.
Of course.
Yeah.
Unless they were lying about the contents of the call or groomed another minor, we would not have made that call public.
You know what happens
That's
to
the
people.
standard.
You know what happens to people who deal with that, right?
Yep.
They become repeat offenders because they got away with it. David!
Sorry. I must be misunderstanding this. Are you saying this was the standard of just like courthouse?
The standard of courthouse was unless the person lied about the contents of the call or did something again, that call would not be made public.
Was there how many other calls with people would you say have happened within courthouse where this rule's applied?
That would be Mr. A call. I believe Cloak and Dagger was another one that was held in courthouse.
Oh yeah, that was the exception.
I mean, was
That was the real one that threw the fucking spanner in the
because
works.
you were fucking there, someone earlier, I don't remember who it was, said that, I think it was Edwin, said that the only reason Cloak and Dagger was made public was because people started vague posting about that. Is that true? Or was there an intention to make things public prior to that?
That one I cannot answer because at the time of Cloak and Dagger, I was not in courthouse.
God damn it, David.
Yeah, that was
Okay.
more of a doodle tones move.
Yeah.
To be honest.
Susie, when I fucking catch you.
So, because I do understand, this is also why I would personally never do it. But sometimes what tends to happen, David, would it be a fair assessment to say that with all the Predator Hunter cases that you've done, that there was a level of desensitization that you have basically put to yourself? Okay, so the reason why I highlight that, so when it comes to Turbo,
Wait,
right?
was that a yes?
said yes. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Right. So, when it comes to Turbo, did you ever, besides the group chat, did you ever know them before this? Did you ever talk to them much before this?
Turbo? No.
Okay. So I think what we have here is a case of, because of all the cases you handled, there is a level of desensitization, which this doesn't really, this is still going to look bleak, David, but what kind of happens in those cases is, what kind of happens in those cases is you tend to see people that were affected by it, not exactly as people, and that's not intentional, but you just see this as a, oh fuck, here we go again type thing. So would that be a fair assessment of what happened to you with this?
Correct.
What a terrible fucking thing.
Well, that is kind of like what does tend to happen with predator hunter cases, is that you handle so many that obviously people start becoming less of people.
I could never
and you just look at it as like information.
I could never imagine like losing that empathy though.
You'd be surprised what a person could lose with how much like traumatic things that they put in front of their face all the time.
I understand.
That's not giving David an out.
No.
That's not giving David an out. It's just understanding.
I understand that you can become desensitized to things in the sense that, you know, they don't gut wrench you personally, but to become desensitized to the pain of a child sexual abuse victim, ghoulish.
So
absolutely ghoulish.
So because of your minimal interactions, now this is going to probably be the most cooked part, David, to be honest with you, but because of your minimal interactions with Turbo as compared to Morgan, would it be a fair assessment to come away from this thinking that you saw Morgan as more of a person than Turbo?
I did not. However, my actions paint a different story.
Okay.
David. Oh. I'm so fucking mad at you, dude. And I'm not even just like angry with you, I'm fucking heartbroken. And I say this to you because I hope that there's, you know, because you fucking listen to your emotions so much, that maybe this can tap into that side. That I really did believe that you were like a good person. I thought that you were, you know, wanting to do the best. I thought you were wanting to protect, you know, the most vulnerable in your community as one of the oldest in this community. I genuinely thought better of you. And I will never think anywhere close to that for you again. For probably the rest of my fucking life, because this is absolutely despicable, and this is pathetic, and this is just beyond any, like, inch of critical thinking. The fact that you would do this. Because reminder, you guys, there was still a lot of kids in the community while David was handling this shit. You are actively complicit in these people's endangering. And that's not something that you can just come back from, David.
Yeah, I definitely have a context-related question. Since you were involved in this case, to the best of your memory, do you remember who took the role as, like, leading the case for this one, for the Morgan stuff?
I would say it would either be me or Ephraim.
Interesting. Because, yeah, okay, like, was roles ever, like, when you do these things in courthouse, because I'm still a little bit new to this environment that you guys have set, was roles ever kind of like assigned, if you will, of like, hey, you'll be the information gatherer, you'll be the one who publicly leads this, you'll be the one to get us in contact in the calls? Like, was roles like that ever assigned, or How did that go?
No, they were not.
So actions were these important actions just never discussed?
With role assignment, no.
So you guys
So
just
how
kind of threw your hands up in the air and said, well, someone else will take care of it.
How did you guys get anything done?
They
If
didn't
you
get
didn't
anything
do that.
done. Nothing here got done.
I know.
Yeah. I am really like a bit gobsmacked about the whole course, like, you know, it's not becoming public unless they repeat offend. And I'm
Yeah,
not gonna lie, I genuinely had such a different picture. I'm not gonna like, I don't want to put this too long in the teeth because there's obviously other people to speak to, but I generally did think a lot better of you, David, compared to a lot of the other people in the SCC. I mean, how you were the reason why we even had the Doodletone stream archive in relation to George Raccoon. Like, yeah, that's all already sound now. I mean, I'm just disappointed.
You know, for a fact that I've done a lot of damage and I need to fix myself before I even consider coming back to internet. And even then, even if I do, it will not be in these spaces or commentary related spaces. I have done too much damage and I need to fix my problems.
I would recommend that you still leave at least the door open to some people, just in case other questions need to be asked and information needs to be
I
given.
believe I mentioned
That
this.
makes
I
sense.
believe I mentioned in the group chat that I would be. I think it was. Where was it? Here to Okay, here we go. I'm here to answer for what I did, and then after I believe a thing from Ace in the future, I'll be resuming my break and retirement from commentary, so I won't be too defensive on. So
Okay, that's
yes, I will. So yes, I believe Ace had required me for a case ethics or call ethics.
Yeah, I call etiquette or whatever the fuck. Yeah, basically looking through like the calls and shit. So, I guess just to also, because I'm really just trying to get the picture painted of the environment as well. When's the last time that you, Ephraim, or Fractured Light, or Autumn Kohai, or Suvlivy, or any of those people, when's the last time that you guys did touch a Predator case? And like, when was it officially retired? If it ever was.
Okay. So, I know a few months after that call would have been when Archive was dismantled. So, let me think. Because, what was it? No, wait. Sorry, I'm trying to remember just because, like, if it was, I think Liquid came before Morgan with that whole thing. If not,
This is a thing that requires you to think and look back at it. Maybe you can just leave it inside the group chat.
Okay, because
Well, I do want an answer to something though, just because you might know this. For at least the retiring it, was there ever like an official, hey, we're not doing predator hunting cases anymore, anything like that, or has it not even been officially retired yet?
Okay, sorry, I got a little confused there for a second because for retirement of these predator cases, are you talking about for the SCC or for myself?
SCC in general. That, like, obviously that does extend to your involvement, but like SCC in general.
Okay, for SCC, that was none of us really talked about that.
Okay. So what did cause you to stop? In general, I guess.
I stopped because I realized that with so many cases, I was not using critical thinking, and these cases call for that and to handle it securely. I was not equipped for that, so I admitted that, and I took my retirement/leave.
That was this month.
Yeah, no, so like I guess like to kind of gauge what I more mean, right? Because it kind of gives me the impression that the retirements, like, for like the predator hunting cases, kind of ended before any backlash was given for the cases, to my knowledge, at least before liquid stuff.
I don't think it was an official thing, and David, you can correct me if I'm wrong on this. I think it was just that other people were leading the charge when it came to people like Susie and George Raccoon. I think David just kind of took a back seat, but was always ready to get back in the driver's seat if the situation called for it. Is that true, David?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, so obviously I recognize that. Like, I'm not going to, like, specifically to you harbor that on, because I know I did see your community post where you did say that you were not going to do stuff like that anymore. And I do acknowledge that. I was just trying to get a gauge for, like, when it stopped or if it's still even going on right now, because obviously the parties involved were not competent, to say the least.
I don't think it is anymore, because ever since the situation with Christian happened in January, I think the SCC is mostly just dead now. There's not, and the people who are left know that they're too fucking stupid to deal with this shit responsibly.
Right. Okay, I mean,
that's why this stream's title is the way that it is, because the SCC's pred hunting days are over. None of you are gonna fucking participate in this shit ever again.
Yes.
yeah, because I mean, to be very clear, I don't really care if you make drama videos or Pokemon videos, to say the least. It's just obviously my main thing this whole time has just been like, if you guys all suck at predator hunting, then you shouldn't touch it. That's just
I'm
been,
just
my
not
thing the whole
covering.
time.
No. I'm just not covering commentary. Period. I am ill-equipped for this. Even if I do come back to content creation, I'm not fucking touching this again. I need to acknowledge my fucking limit, and I should have acknowledged this long time ago. But I can't live in the fucking past. I have to own what I did, and what I did sucks.
And that's fine. I'm just telling you, like, my standard, I guess. But if that is your standard, then that's fine.
Because the reason why I'm so pissed at you, David, in particular, is because, guys, it's the same deal with Ephron. At every point when either of these chuckle fucks could have, seen the error of their ways and, had the red flags blasting in their face of, maybe I should rethink this, they actively chose not to. And that is something, I'm not the directly affected party here, but just speaking as someone who considered, like, themselves friendly with you, David, I don't think that's something I can't forgive. And that's not something I can just wave away when it comes to anyone.
I completely accept that. I put a lot of people trust in me, and I let them down. I fully accept that those bridges will never be unburned. I acknowledge that.
Does anyone else have more questions to David?
No, not about this, no. I think that I'm pretty good.
David, if I ask you to give your final fucking apology on this stream, will you actually mean it?
Yes.
Like, and that's not even saying because I trust you or anything, but like for the sake of your own goddamn mortal soul, will you mean it?
Yes.
Then give it.
Okay. I am sorry for everything that I did to Morgan, which includes the messages, not making the situation public when it should have been, my messages being incredibly coaching, not using critical thinking during any of these investigations, and effectively defending their actions. For RCVs, I apologize for my involvement with not only the RCV investigation, but also for not using critical thinking during those situations and not fighting back on this much sooner. I believed this, and I should have been more critical for it, and I take full accountability for that. For Liquid, I should have been critical in that situation instead of following and believing everything that I saw. I should have been critical for that, and to Christian, I am sorry. I am not apologizing to Christian solely for forgiveness. I am apologizing because I wronged Christian, I wronged RCV, I wronged Turbo through my actions, and I wronged every miner in this community, as well as the general commentary community through my actions. I take full accountability for that, as well as all the consequences that come with it.
And you're done?
I think I covered everything. If there's not, I can add another one on.
I mean, I can't say anything regarding that.
I mean, if that was like your genuine thing and that's what you could think of,
Yeah.
then I think that's fine. I'm
Then-
not gonna.
Yeah.
That was your chance to speak your genuine feelings. That is how you want people to remember your feelings on these wrongdoings. That was your chance to say that. And now it's done, and you did it, and I'm not going to push you in any which way, because you need to be able to, put out your genuine feelings yourself. They're not my feelings, they're your feelings.
Yes, I only asked that because I didn't know if I missed anything else.
Okay. Well, I think it's time for you to go.
Gladly, I will still keep... Ace, I know you still have that thing. I will be available for that. For the rest of this, I will be retiring. Farewell.
All right.
Fuck off! Okay. I'm gonna unpause donations.
Didn't say it to their face.
Well, because
Coward.
they fucking left, bro. Yeah, fuck you.
Coward.
Okay.
Coward.
I'm going to unpause donations! Shut the fuck up! I'm gonna unpause donations.
Glups.
If you would like to donate before we get into the call with Safi, please do so now or forever hold your peace until we're done with the call with Safi.
I caught a shiny Centret.
Wow. Can we see it?
At Siltai Cheerios donated $2 to the nation. Boo. Tomato emoji. Tomato emoji. Tomato emoji.
What the fuck?
Tomato
So true.
emoji.
So
That's
true.
going on right on Ace's face.
What?
Yeah, I've
Sad.
seen it.
Ace is in the splash zone.
You see my
Yeah.
face, Yen?
Gonna send you
Dude.
to. Yes.
Dude.
Me when you go to
Why?
Greenville.
Yeah.
What? Dude, I went to Retard Town and everyone knew you.
Oh my god.
Sorry. I forgot it's your platform, not mine.
That's
Sorry.
fine. Julie's already said it. She opened the floodgates.
Yeah, I know. Julie hates neurodivergent people. Sorry.
It's true. Y'all do piss me off sometimes.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Okay. I think we are good.
Oh. Sorry.
Um,
Reflex.
I think are you guys ready to have Safi on the stream?
No.
Oh goodness.
At Balmeratsu donated $9.99 to the nation. I hate the fact I was a part of this community.
Yeah.
No. You still are. Come back here.
You
right back to me.
You're a part of the bunny
At
community now.
Fox Dance Studios so donated $5 to the nation. Courthouse was blackmailing the people they covered. Sickening.
I mean, yeah, it effectively is that. It is effectively blackmail.
Morally good black.
At Lousy Luloser 1382 donated $2 to the nation. Calling bullshit he had no emotional attachment.
Yeah, I don't know necessarily how much I buy that, but it's also not something I can prove or not prove.
Well, I tried building off of it, but I think I
just
kind of got my answer.
Yeah, you guys, at the end of the day, there's two options. Either they either did
Whoa.
have an emotional affection for Morgan and, had their, moral exceptions for that reason, or David's actually just a fucking idiot.
I think it's the latter.
Wouldn't be surprised. Okay. Let me see if Safi is
okay.
ready to come on stream.
I'm not ready for them. We should wait an hour.
Scare me.
They're just like Cal. They're very
It's
scary.
fucked up, right? Because I
And-
like talking about wrestling with Safi.
Yeah.
Well, this doesn't have to be like a kill call. Like the
Akarai
fuck.
donated $2
I'm
to the
killing them.
nation. Come back here.
Okay.
Is Yen the big bun of the SCC?
Yeah.
No. I'm giving it to Kai Rice.
Okay, I'm gonna be very transparent. No, never
Oh,
mind. I'm
oh,
gonna not be
goddamn it.
transparent.
Safi's
Alright.
here.
Talk.
Talk amongst yourselves. I need to use the restroom real quick. Donations will be paused once I get
Whatever.
Hold on. Do I sound okay?
Kind of.
That's gonna be-
Wait, say a sentence real quick.
Hey, it's me, Safi.
Yeah, I think there's just like a little bit of like echo, but like I can know what you're saying.
There's an echo, huh? Well,
I
I mean,
can't
if
hear
you need
it.
to switch to my fucking speaker, I can. My fucking speakerphone, I can.
It's more or less just like how like those people speak on like low quality mics or whatever. Lol.
Yeah, I'm
Like in,
I'm speaking through
gaming or whatever.
earbuds.
Ah, fair enough.
Yeah, I can switch to my speaker if to give a better quality for you guys.
I mean,
Okay.
if it's more comfortable to use your earpieces, I'm not gonna obviously be that
Okay.
guy. We can still
Okay.
hear what you're saying and understand what you're saying.
All right. If it gets
sounds
to a
like-
point where you can't really understand, just let me know. I'll switch for you.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're in a COD lobby, but it's whatever. It's fine.
I guess we should start with the one that I know you had the most involvement with, Safi.
Mhm.
That being RCV.
Yeah.
So I think the best place to start is, well, the start. Now, from my understanding, you had put yourself up as a person to speak for Habit. What was the reasoning for that? Why can
The
people
reasoning
just-
for
just-
it,
just speak to Habit. Yeah, continue.
the reasoning for it is there was a few reasons. The first reason is after Habit had come out with the RCV stuff, he was like, this was coupled by the fact that we had also just come out about Rachel, and so Habit was like, in between all of that, wasn't in a very good mental place. And although I was also involved in the race stuff, there's also the fact that I had a prior history with Obazi. I don't know if he's communicated this to you. Me and him had been
He
friends
has.
for quite a while. Okay, yeah, we had
10
been friends
years.
for quite a while beforehand, and
Yeah.
he had reached out to me initially to talk to Habit, and Habit had expressed discomfort. So I said, you know what, Habit isn't in a great place. I know Obazi directly. I am perfectly fine being the communicator for Habit.
Before you continue, I do want to highlight something because this was a claim that I remember Habit said during the time that the RCV was going on. Was it true that this was a point that you two were dating?
Yes, me and Habit, when the RCB doc came out, we had been dating again. We had been dating again for about a month. I don't remember the exact day. If you can correct me, I don't remember the exact date that the RCB doc came out, but we had already been dating. Yes.
I see. All right, yeah, and you can continue your questions.
Yeah, no,
Unless
the
you want me to.
RCV document came out, at least into Nexus on the 15th of the 11th, 15th of November for the Americans on 2023.
That's right, because I remember now. Yeah, this was like 3 days after Habit had visited me for the first time. Yeah, that lines up.
Okay. And then on the following day, on the 16th, you were approached by Obazi, and they had a few different questions and stuff like that. Now, I'm aware in your DMs you expressed the fact you were dealing with stuff that was important outside of that. I'm not going to force you to go into that in that detail. But the important thing to focus in on your conversation with Obazi is that they did correct information towards you in relation to the ages of the people involved and when Habit and RCV started to date. And obviously this information was given to you. Now I believe I have asked you in private if this was given to Habit. Was that a yes or a no?
I can't say 100% for sure, because what I do remember is the day I can go into details. I know you mentioned the whole personal life stuff. I was in a call with Habit and a few other people in LeBleg. During because there was a personal emergency with me going on, and I needed to not be alone because I was waiting for Ty to drive down. And that was during all of this happening was when Obaz was messaging me again about the RCV stuff. And I remember I did clarify to Habit in that call that, hey, this is what Obaz let me know, because because he had mentioned that the ages in Habit's document were changed to 14 and 19.
Right.
And I believe this was done. I do remember acknowledging that no, I had no fucking idea about this. And I did clarify with Habit, like, hey, it was he would have been 16 going on 17, and you would have been 14 going on 15 when you two started dating.
I see.
I just believe that was never corrected in the document, and I frankly should have been more on top of that.
Okay, so I just got back. What all did I miss? Because I did think you were gonna talk about the situation. God damn it!
You said ask questions. God
no,
damn it.
I said talk amongst yourselves, bitch.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, what do you think we're gonna talk about? Like the weather? Like
Not
the fuck?
fucking shit that I need to be intimately aware on.
Okay, bestie. So basically,
what's your favorite color?
Shut up.
Yeah. So basically, so far we've learnt that Ace talk for me. I blanked.
Okay. So, yeah. Rewatch the stream. You could catch up, Chili.
No, guys, I'm being fucking serious. Explain to me what the fuck was said.
We were just talking about the for sure that how like things kind of just went down. I'm sure that we touched on Obazi just a little bit, but I don't think we went too deep into the conversations. Just highlighted that they were a friend. I asked for clarification if they were dating at this point. Saf, correct me if you're wrong, like if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that you said that you were two dating during Habit making the allegations, right?
Yeah. So I can give more clarification on all of that. So back when the allegations were private, like when Habit was first getting away from RCB back in 2019, no, we were not together. We had gotten together, like, I believe it was August of 2019, so this would have been like a month after they broke up. With evident by the DMs of RCB talking about me and Habit. And then once the allegations came back, we had already begun dating. We started dating again in October of 2023, right after the Rachel doc was reposted. So yeah, we'd have had a history of dating, yes.
So, Saf, the only reason you do understand though why I do ask why if like you two dating at this point, right?
Oh, I absolutely understand, yes.
So the natural line of questioning I would have here, right, is did you look at much of the evidence for Habit, or did you just believe their word because you were dating them?
When it does boil down mostly to believing what Habit was telling me. I did go over the screenshots with him when the document was being updated to include them, but Habit, like, my line of thinking for believing Habit as long as I did is a mixture of he was always consistent in his testimony, but also the fact that I had an emotional like connection to what he was telling me, given I've known Habit since we were fucking 15 and 14, but also the fact that I had been through similar stuff to Habit between Vivian and George and all that, and everything just kind of lined up for me, and it was definitely a matter of I was more emotional about it.
I mean,
but yeah.
Was it similar stuff in terms of actual substance, or was it just similar stuff in the sense that I say I have been preyed on and I also have been preyed on? Or like this person says they've been preyed on and I've been preyed on, so I'm immediately emotionally compromised.
A little bit. It's mainly just like the way Habit had described his experiences with RCV. like not like specifically just the grooming allegation. It's a mix of like the general way that I saw or that Habit described how RCV was treating him, between the like the mentions of like fat shaming and just general distreatment. Because when he was first bringing us all up to me, I had just gone through something similar as well. So again, it's a matter of I was extremely more emotionally attached to it, and that's all I can really, yeah.
So, okay, so when it comes to public involvement, did you have any at all when it came to the RCV stuff?
So, my public involvement isn't as much as it was like it was in 2019 in private. I helped Habit helped him put out the dog, not in the sense of writing it, but more so literally just putting it out because he was scared. I did help with helping him get the video recording of the Discord DMs, and then
Right.
I did make a thread, basically boosting Habit's the document, plus a thread after Obaz had made his document as well. But after that, I had stayed away from my public involvement, mainly because, again, when all of this was happening, I had a very extreme personal emergency, and I said, you know what? Between this and the Rachel shit and other personal life shit, I need to step away because I was gonna go fucking insane.
Do you still have those threads?
The threads? Yes, I actually do. Hold on, let me grab it for you. Because you mean specifically the one about OZ, right?
Both.
I can look for I have not looked for the one where I boosted Habit's doc, but I do have the thread where I responded to Oba. Give me just a second.
Okay. Whilst you're looking for that, okay, so I understand that you had a IRL emergency, and I understand that, right? But given how much time has elapsed since 2023 and now, and different stuff like the communications videos, stuff like that, different things, did you never once think to go, oh, OBZ has literally just got this information correct, I should correct this, I'm literally I'm dating this person, I should get this information corrected?
No, I did not.
I see.
Can we read this thread real quick?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
This person has written a misleading and inaccurate document about a friend of mine, RCV5. I've attached my written response to these claims, and I implore that you read it before engaging further.
Huh?
You chime in and say, I hadn't planned on coming back to this site, but considering I had to read this, I guess I'm here now. Throughout the whole ordeal, you have been insistent on the idea that using the term grooming to describe what Habit went through is wrong and actively downplaying his trauma whether you intend to or not. Grooming is not a black and white situation, and you making it out to be is such an irresponsible at best and disgusting at worst. Funny.
I see what you mean. Okay.
I tried to step away from actively involving myself so that I can take care of my own personal things right now, but here I am, I guess. Grooming is a form of abuse that involves manipulating someone until they're isolated, dependent, and more vulnerable to exploitation. Safi.
I see what argument you're using here. It's the case of, obviously, it's not always sexual grooming when it comes to these things, but obviously,
yes,
there's always the heavy implication in these situations where it is sexual grooming.
Safi, you fucking know that if you call someone a groomer publicly, especially in this instance of grooming a minor, it is going to be perceived as sexual abuse, right?
I do. I do see that, yes.
I want to elaborate on the content, because I believe you make a point in, just right below saying, if you want to pull it up, Julie, the Habit was thrown into a relationship.
Hold on, right here.
So,
Habit was thrown into a relationship with RCV by someone you and I both know for malicious intent. What? During a time when Habit was extremely emotionally... Hold on a fucking sec, bucko. RCV used this to make him dependent on him. And when RCV felt that control was slipping away years later, he berated and guilt-tripped Habit even after the relationship ended. No matter what I do, Safi, this is Safi, or Amity, will always do it better than me. I'm so genuinely disappointed and angry at the contents of this document. My words are not enough to express that. Okay, can you explain what the fuck is going on here?
So if you want me, I can explain specifically the idea, like where the Habit and RCV being thrown together into a relationship thing.
This is McKaylee, right?
Yes, it is McKaylee. McKaylee was a friend of mine. We were very close. She was I had met her through fucking super epic play. And she was kind of deranged. I'm sure Obaz can back that up for you again. He also knew her as well. And there was a point in time in the summer, like right before Habit and RCV had gotten together, where I had gotten with fucking Donnie. And so I was spending less time with McKaylee and more time with Donnie, because obviously I want to be with my partner. And this, McKaylee in turn decided to get into contact with Habit. I believe she had already slightly been in contact with RCV. I can't confirm or deny that, but she did go out of her way to get into contact with Habit, because this was after there was a big public fucking blow up between Habit and I through the SCC, and McKaylee knew this would hurt me, and that's where McKaylee found out about RCV's crush on Habit and wanting to confirm it, like vice versa and all that. And I know, like,
go on.
I was just gonna say, the reason I found it to be malicious is for a few reasons. A, because what I described already, but B, I know, at least from Habit, what Habit has told me, not long after this, McKaylee stopped speaking to Habit, and that was also around the same time when McKaylee just suddenly started speaking to me again. I believe there was another party involved. I like said it was always one other person. It was always, I believe if it wasn't Clay himself, it was someone else who was far gone from the community. So, but yeah, McKaylee was very, very malicious.
Am I the only one realizing the big fucking issue with this?
Yeah, no. Again, the issue being, obviously, you've proven McKaylee is malicious in this, or you could make you're more directing even by your own wording that there could be a case of McKaylee being malicious with this, but you've yet to illustrate how this is RCV being malicious. From my understanding, even through your messages with Obaz, from without that additional context of malice and stuff like that, what McKaylee did was went to RCV, was confirming, do you have a crush on Habit? RCV says yes. McKaylee goes to Habit, do you have a crush on RCV? Habit says yes. And then they get match made. Now, again, you can go ahead and talk about whatever the fuck with McKaylee here, right? But that does not prove any malice on RCV's end. It just shows that RCV liked Habit.
Yeah, I can clarify. I did mean to mention this. It is also to note that Habit had claimed to me that when RCV had confessed, that Habit was unsure, because again, everything had just happened between me and him. He was also like very scared of just everything, and he had said like, "Oh, I don't know just yet," and yet like it felt like, I think like a day after, it just kind of seemed like RCV was under the impression that the two were dating already, and I can see that was just a fucking miscommunication. But back then, when the allegations started, I had believed that this was RCV basically saying, we're gonna that we're together now, and boom. And I can acknowledge the fucking fault in my thinking now, but back then this is just genuinely how I saw the situation at hand.
Would you like to show the thing I put in the group chat?
What thinking?
Chile, by the way?
What? No, sorry, hold up. Chat, did you guys hear that? So person A was nervous about shit. Person B, I guess, didn't pick up on the fact of being like a no. and then went with their interpretations of events. And Safi looked at that and said, yes, obviously you are malicious here and wanting to groom my friend. Safi.
Yeah.
Don't just fucking that, bitch. That's fucking insane.
No, I know. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
What the fuck
It's
was
stupid.
going through your head?
Well, because I keep freaking fucking. The reason I felt like that is a mix of all that and just knowing where Habit was at the time. I felt that's where the whole idea of I felt that RCV was taking advantage of Habit's vulnerable state. That's where that came from.
Girl, do you think that anyone who's in a tough spot that's getting into a relationship is automatically being victimized by their partner?
No, I just know, given the reason Habit was vulnerable was because of the public blowout of our breakup, and plus how his mom had acted about it in the aftermath as well.
Safi, what the fuck does that have to do with, like, these two people having feelings for each other? How does that make predation?
Realistically, I just thought that's how it was, and now I can sit here and go, no, but
okay,
this is
transport to your brain. Transport to your brain a month ago, when you still believed in this. How the fuck did this person was vulnerable translate into this person is a victim of grooming?
It's simply just because, like, again, it's with everything that with how they got together, plus what Habit had told me about the relationship over the, like, what had happened, things that were said, things that were done, on top of what evidence we could get, and the DMs that were nuked. All of that was where I said, okay, that's what this is.
Bro, you saw that the evidence was deleted and said this must be grooming?
From what Habit had told me about what was in those DMs, that's where I thought it was coming from.
Would it be fair?
Thought...
Would it be fair to say that? Okay, so just to ask, right? Was this a standard that you normally carried out, or was it exclusive to this, given your personal emotional involvement with this?
A mix of both. It's more so like I was more emotionally invested in this because it was Habit, but I think it was spoken on in either in the courthouse or in this last stream. But I have always been of the believe all victims mentality, and I wanted to stick by that.
No, I'm gonna fucking kill myself.
Now, the reason why because I do say this a lot, the reason why I would necessarily disagree with that mentality, right, is because when you believe all victims, you're not necessarily believing all victims. What you're doing is believing the accuser, all right? So that is a very important difference, because what you're doing is, when the accuser is a false accuser, then the accused becomes the victim, and when you only believe just the accuser, then that means you could sometimes be believing the abuser. So believe all victims is a very flawed mentality when you're just saying, well, I believe all victims because they claim to be. That is a very flawed mindset, because you could just be supporting the abuser out of the two, or the liar. Not saying necessarily that Habit is an abuser. I'm not going to go that far. But what I will say is RCV was definitely the victim of this altercation of slanderous claims. So it's like so now you're kind of acknowledging, right, that since you believed Habit based off of emotion and your personal believe all victims mentality, you ended up believing the false accuser, right?
Yes, I do recognize that, yes.
And that's why I would definitely not do the believe all victims mindset, because you're not believing all victims. And this is not a unique thing to you. This is a thing that is a common mindset from a lot of people. You're just believing all accusers. And that's where my heavy disagreement with that would align.
Chad, I said this before in a previous stream, but things like, believe victims and #MeToo, those movements started in support of people coming forward about people in power, about people who were a legitimate threat to anyone wanting to speak out. You know, they're victims. It specifically was about trying to build a case of power and influence for people who realistically would have no means of going up against the people who assaulted them. That's what Me Too was for. It was not believe any claim ever. It was, hey, think about these people that have gone through terrible shit, that are saying they've gone through terrible shit and are exposing their names and their livelihoods against powerful people who absolutely have the power to ruin them. And, you know, think about the fact that these people are putting everything on the line in order to come forward with this. Because that is important context. It was not, you know, just believe everyone who says anything ever on the internet. Hello?
Now, personally, I don't see Saf as malicious, but more or less I see this as a Pookie crusade. So that's the reason why I feel a bit different than the other parties involved personally.
Mm-hmm. And I guess I don't want it to sound like I'm justifying my believe all victim stance here, but I do want it to at least be on the record that obviously, given my own victimhood, that I would want to extend how I would want people to have treated like my allegations against George or my allegations against Rachel and Vivian. I wanted to extend the way people treated that to someone else who I care about.
Safi, you had
And
evidence in your case.
Not with George and Rachel, yes. I never did until I got a confession before Vivian fucking kicked the bucket. I never had evidence for Vivian. All I had was testimony and the fact that other people said, yeah, this happened to me before. Like, she was just fucking weird and gross. And that's why, like, even though I knew how it felt to not have that, like that fucking smoking gun shit. And again, I cared a lot about Habit. I still fucking do. And I wanted to extend that back to him. And I get now.
I kind of want to build on that a little bit because I think that is a inconsistency that I kind of expected. But with Vivian, you didn't believe the people just based on testimony. But it's really seeming like a lot of your evidence for Habit to RCV was based on their experiences that they directly told you, which would be testimony.
Well, I always, I believed other victims of Vivian. It's just the fact that my own personal testimony was just corroborated by people who had gone through similar things. I never had evidence of what Vivian did to me until she made her final document where she confessed to what she did to me and then fucking croaked. Because all my evidence of Vivian was all on Skype and Twitter, and so that shit was nuked because both sites, both my accounts on both were gone. And so when Habit told,
if I may ask, just so that we're all on the same page here, can you explain what happened between you and Vivian?
Vivian, I had met her when she was 19 turning 20 and I had just turned 16. And Vivian it was a lot of things. Vivian had pushed her fat fetish onto me, which in turn pushed me into 2 different eating disorders. Asked me out like a month after we had met and right after I had just broken up with Habit. Had coerced me into sexting while I was in a relationship with Autumn. Tried making me and Autumn dependent on her to the point where she tried to get me and Autumn both to move out of our homes and to move in with her. Claimed that I cheated on Autumn with her. And the one thing that it's gonna sound so stupid when I'm talking about grooming, but like one of the things that hurt me the most was the fact that without asking me at all, called Child Protective Services on my mother, which led to so much shit getting worse.
Chile, Yeah, my personal assessment on this, and you could agree or disagree, Chilla, that's fine, whatever, right? This kind of seems like a case of a mix of a Pookie Crusade with personal standards that were flawed, and there were some things that they related to, or some things that Habit said that kind of reminded them of things that were awful to them. So it's like, I think that the criticism and like stuff that would apply here is, I think that there was a lot of actions done by emotional, irrational thinking. I don't see malice here, though. Personally, I'm not saying that you're making that argument. Yeah, I know. I said I'm not saying that you're making that argument, but just to say it for the record, I think that the most that you could say of a bias is just because they were dating them. Personally.
Yeah, probably. I am disturbed by the continuous lack of empathy that I'm witnessing in these situations.
This is a question I'll ask for sure. Do you normally handle cases like these, Safi? Or was this a rare chance that you did?
The only other cases other than RCV that I had handled were ones I was directly involved in, being the Rachel allegations, as well as both the original George allegations and the ones that came, and when the situation came back up in 2025.
Right, so it kind of seems like, correct me if I'm wrong, the only reason why you would get involved in these was because of an emotional attachment, whether it was via a close friend, a partner, or yourself, but you were not like a self-proclaimed predator hunter or anything like that, right?
No. I strictly, like, there'd be, like, obviously, like, I would, like, boost allegation, like, if an allegation came up, I would just simply be like, hey, this is what's going on, just give them some support if you can. But the only situations where I was an active participant would have been these 3 cases, and they are strictly because I was personally involved in some fashion.
Right. I mean, yeah, I don't really plan on giving the same energy as like to David or the other ones, but there's definitely criticisms to be there. I'm not saying that you did nothing, because obviously if you boost allegations, right, where it's like if you boost allegations that are false allegations, then you boosted false allegations. That's a critiquable action, to say the least. And how people want to confront you about that is on like how they want to go about it. That's completely fine. I'm not going to stop them from doing that. But yeah, I think that you've definitely made some fuck ups because of your own personal standards that are flawed. That's kind of just how I read it.
Agree.
What's your read on it, Julie?
That you're fucking stupid.
Okay. Is there any other questions that you have, Julie? Because I think I'm personally fine.
Yeah, because I don't know everything in regards to this situation with Obazi. I know that it was touched on in the beginning, but...
Well, that was their argument, right? Or are you referring to something else?
No. I wasn't really here when some of it was discussed, so I don't know what exactly was discussed.
All I remember was just that was touched on was that they were friends or something like that. I don't think we really dug into that too much.
I can touch more on it. Because the main reason, the first thing that was asked was like, why had I stepped up to speak to Obazi rather than Habit? And it was a mix of Habit was already not in a great mental space because we had not only did the RCV allegations just drop, but we had also just come out about Rachel. But it's also that Habit had never spoken to Obazi before, but meanwhile I had. Me and him had been distant friends, but we had been friends since around end of 2015, beginning of 2016. And so, and Obazi had approached me about talking to Habit, and so I said, you know what, Habit's going through the fucking ringer right now. I will speak for Habit. I will communicate what I can, what you want me to Habit.
Why did you never come back to this person?
Because the reason is I allude to it in my DMs with OBZ, is that a very, very serious personal emergency had happened that day, on the 18th of November, which was a couple of days before he had come out with the document contesting the allegations. And so I had told him, like, hey, I'm going through something really serious right now. I'm probably going to need to step back from the situation. And I recognize now that what I should have done in that fucking moment is put Obaz directly in contact with Habit, or at least put him in contact, if Habit was still not wanting to talk to him, put him in contact with either Ty or someone else who was involved, someone who could handle the situation better than I could. But instead, I just stopped interacting, and that's when the response document came out. And after that, that's when I made my thread, and then me and Obaz had stopped speaking because of that.
I am seeing mentions to it, and to be fair, I would feel like it would not be addressing the elephant if I didn't bring it up.
Yeah,
but
I was gonna get to that in a second. I just wanted to get to this first.
Okay. Fair enough.
Consequences. No, but it doesn't mean I don't want to see anybody getting in trouble over semantics, so I just implore that you guys are using the right terminology. Okay, this person is misinformed about, the involved definition. It's too narrow. Vulnerable mental spaces and power dynamics. I mean, this is so dumb. Because realistically, and we've gone over this before, but I'm just reiterating to chat right now, being in a vulnerable position does not make you a victim. Hello? RCV was also putting himself in a vulnerable position in this relationship. There's two fucking high schoolers interested in each other. And because one of them was mean in some, context, or things weren't communicated on Habit's end, then that made grooming. And that's just not how that works, you guys. That's not how that fucking works. Jesus Christ. Now, I'm assuming what Ace was going to get into was your involvement in the group chat, where Habit was going to be making a video talking about his experiences with the SCC, which involved doxing RCV.
Yes.
Why?
Now, with the general involvement, it was just, again, a matter of I wanted to help my partner, especially since by the time this video was starting to be made, I was already living with him. The doc stuff, I will be blunt here. I never really, reacted to it or spoke on it because I wasn't entirely sure what the fucking deal was. I know Ephraim had brought up, had originally posted the docs in Courthouse. I think in person Habit had made brief mentions of maybe doing it, but other than that, with the doc stuff specifically, that's kind of where my involvement starts and ends. I was mainly part of the group chat to help Habit gather whatever evidence he could about specifically the SCC, which is where some of those Ask FM screenshots come in, and also to be sort of a communicator whenever Habit wasn't able to speak himself.
This is
because when he gets into his
real quick, this is also RCV denying the allegations about Lolicon.
Jesus.
Okay, so you were aware? Reiterating that?
I was aware that the docs, not the docs, that the docs was brought up via the courthouse. I wasn't fully aware that it was going to be dropped in the video. because again, Habit had barely started working on the video to begin with, and again, I had only really looked at the group chat and came into the group chat when it came to help gathering the evidence that we could, and again being sort of like speaking for Habit when he couldn't. There was I know there was a brief I think there's a time in there where I say hey, Habit needs to step away. I'm just letting you know this now. And yeah.
Was there a situation when you were made of the fact that they were involving his docs information and the discussions around RCV? What were you thinking? When you found out that had happened?
It was a mix of, I think it was because of because this also was all post fucking Sparrow and Christian. I was like, well, they're pointing out the docs. I guess because again, this was under the belief that Habit was the victim. I was like, well, all right, I guess. But
so you just believe that if someone says something about another person, they receive the right to dox that person?
I didn't. Well, I guess my mindset was, I don't know how to speak up on it because I'm not the person who was hurt in this situation.
Girl.
That's kind of where I was at.
Girl.
So I didn't know how to say, hey, maybe we shouldn't do this because, I don't want it to come off. I didn't want it to come off as a matter of taking away whatever power Habit was trying to find.
Okay.
Or trying to take back.
So you gave carte blanche.
Basically.
To a person because of testimony.
Basically, yeah.
You stupid fucking idiot.
I guess also just to get a scale of severity here, did you ever post this yourself? Or was it just complacency, I guess?
It was complacency. The only people who had posted the docs, it was originally Ephraim, and then I think Habit had asked him to forward it to that group chat. And
sorry,
that's
what?
it. I had
Repeat.
I said it was. I think it was because Ephraim originally posted the docs in the SCC courthouse, and then I believe when Habit was asking Ephraim to forward all the evidence, the relevant evidence from the courthouse to that group chat, one of those things was the docs, I believe.
Yeah, it was a Facebook name, and I believe Ephraim
Facebook,
said, "Look what I found."
Facebook screenshot. Yeah, he said "Look what I found in the SCC courthouse." It's if it's not in the RCV thread specifically, I believe it would have been in the Donnie. Okay, yeah, because I know there was also very brief discussion about RCV in the Donnie thread of the courthouse.
Bro, you were in this conversation 30 minutes post docs being published.
Because I think, I remember, the only thing I remember from that was when me and Ty were like, hey, Habit's getting extremely upset by the situation. He's stepping back. If you guys have anything, if you guys find anything, evidence-wise about RCV, just, let us know. Again, I think it's a matter of I didn't know what to say, because again, I was not the affected party, or what I believe to have been the affected party, so I just didn't know.
Okay, when you speak like that, something does have to be clarified. When you say I don't know how to speak up, is that you acknowledging that what they did was wrong?
I wouldn't say I know that is wrong. I just didn't think I had a place to decide that, because again, I wasn't someone who was affected. Because
bro,
I mean, for God's sake, because I'm trying to think of how to describe it. I guess it also would have felt. I guess at the same time, it also would have felt weird for me to say yes or no to it, given I'm the person who went to Vivian's grave and had that information and had given it to people like Lio and to you, Truly. I felt like if I did that but said no to this, there's an inconsistency.
There was, bro, but she admitted to everything.
I know, but that's why I'm saying, like, from the point of view of someone, like, from the point of view of the idea of habit being groomed. In the context of knowing everything, I know I should have said, hey, no, we shouldn't fucking do this. But in the moment of believing habit had been groomed by RCV, I didn't believe I had a right to say yes or no. My priority in the whole thing, and it always was my priority, and it will still be going forward, just in a different context, was taking care of and protecting habit. And so that's why I was mainly, again, the communicator in that chat.
Saf, what your birthday again?
March 5th, 2000.
March 5th? Okay, so you
Yes.
were 25 in this situation and thought,
yes,
actually it's fine to, spread around the docs of this person because testimony.
Again, I think it's a mix of that, and just, again, this is also right. I think this is right after Sparrow's fucking Christian video, so I was like, well,
Which was also
this is what we're
bullshit.
fucking doing now, I guess.
Which, you watched the Sparrow Christian video?
No, I didn't watch it. I just know Sparrow was talking. I think it was direct. I think it was in Courthouse where Sparrow was saying, "Yeah, I'm posting like his fucking Facebook in the video," and I think he made. I think they had made fucking Christian's fucking face in Facebook like profile at the fucking thumbnail. I think.
So you just
Right.
Saf!
Did you ever research the liquid stuff at the time, or no?
I didn't know much about it. All I knew really was what Sparrow and I know it was what Sparrow had told me, but then I know originally I was vaguely made aware of what was going on when it was happening, because Christian was asking around like, hey, what's going on, and removing people, and Autumn had called me to say, hey, just so you know, we're looking into him. If he messages you, just that's why. And then after that, like shortly after he had like left everything, that's really like the extent of my knowledge on the Christian stuff until it came back to light.
Holy fucking shit. Saf. So
I think
you saw.
Yeah, I think it's being painted very clearly, Saf, right? What the issue of just believing the accusers does, right?
It does, yeah. Now that it's all been laid out, yes, 100%, I do see the issue.
Bro, you can't just see! You can't just see that stuff going on and be like, yes, this is normal! You can't see that stuff going on and just turn the other way!
Alright.
Yeah, no fucking shit! You can't just look at someone being doxxed and go, wait a minute, I don't care.
Well, I believe the thought was because they thought that they were a grooming victim. Obviously, that ended up being false, but I'm pretty sure that at least everyone else in this call doesn't really care if predators get doxxed, right? I don't really fuck with the internet vigilantism personally, which is why I don't do it, but I'm not gonna bitch and moan if a predator gets doxxed personally.
I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's fine to just not give a fuck about it. If the person is proved to be such, then yes, it's fine. In my IMO, I don't give a fuck if their name and face are doxed. But at least fucking vet it.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if I guess my standard would be if it came to liquid stuff, did you ever publicly talk about this, Saf, or give any public takes or anything like that, or spread around this?
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, not the docs, but did you ever spread around in any way, public or private, that Liquid was a predator?
At most, I just, again, it was just a matter of I boosted, like reposted any allegations that were put out either on Twitter or Blue Sky back then.
So
And that was
it would
just
have been
you.
primarily, it would have been Sparrows, and it was either, I believe it would have been like what a statement that Edwin had made at the time. I'm not entirely sure.
Right.
I know
So
those two have since retracted it, but back then, yeah, that was like the extent of my of where I was speaking on it.
so it was a mere repost, just to get that correct, right?
I believe so. I mean, after the call, I can double check my fucking Blue Sky. It would have most likely been on my Blue Sky. I can double check and see if I ever made a statement, but I don't believe I did.
And I feel like this is just the flaw of believing all the accusers, right?
Yes, I will say, like, the reason I don't believe I made a statement is because the Christian stuff happened after. It was after I started trying to distance myself from the SCC. I was trying to get into my VTubing, and I was like, you know what, this isn't my ballpark. I don't know what's going on, but so I'm not going to speak on it personally. But I will at least support my friends and support people who my friends care about.
You dumb bitch.
I hadn't really gotten back involved with this stuff until, excuse me. I hadn't gotten back involved in any of this stuff until Chuli had looked into the George Raccoon allegations.
Safi. I'm so fucking floored, dude. Also, yes, that was a drawing that High Call made of me as a bird.
W.
But I'm so actually fucking dumbfounded.
I understand.
Like, guys, I don't know how to explain this, but like, dogma isn't a good fucking way to go about situations.
Right.
And for those who don't know, like, dogma is basically like believing something uncritically, undeniably true, like in a thing, as, you know, the dogma here is all accusers are telling the truth.
I guess the only thing I could expect if that's the critique, right? Obviously, which that is the critique for one of them, right? The only thing I would ask Safi is, going forward, are you going to be like a lot more critical with handling things, or are you still going to fall under the same path of just believing the accusers, I guess?
I do. So here's the two ways of going about it. First of all, I know regardless if I leave leave spaces or not, I'm not involving myself personally in these kind of situations anymore. But when situations do come up, I want, regardless of who it is, I want to try to be more critical about it.
Okay.
I do want to apply what I've learned from this to be more critical in the future. I've always
like Safi, you understand that, like, you can't say that you're not getting involved in shit and then, like, directly publicly engage with it, even if it's just a retweet. Like, you recognize that is involvement.
I do acknowledge that, yes.
Why the fuck do I have to explain that right now, bro?
That's just my mentality how my mentality was, because, like, the way I always, like, described, getting involved would be, like, personally having a hand in it. That's why, like, originally I had thought, well, you know, Susie wasn't explicitly involved in the RCB allegations just because she was talking about them in the video, but then it's like, well, she's talking about it publicly. That's what you clarified. She's talking about it publicly. She's involved herself.
Holy fuck, you guys are stupid.
But yeah, basically,
Oh.
although I don't have any fucking plans to involve myself in anything like this again, I still, regardless when these type of situations come up, I want to think more critically about it going forward.
This is just ridiculous, dude. Chat, do you see how this shit fucking happened? It's because no one knows what they're doing ever. And no one has any actual definitions of the shit that they're doing. Everything is arbitrary. All the labels given are arbitrary. It's just I feel like this applies, so therefore I'm gonna say it applies. You know, even if I think about involvement for 3 fucking seconds, and I'm able to piece together, oh yeah, publicly engaging with shit is involving myself in it. I'm just not gonna think about it for even 2 seconds. And instead just say, well, in my precarious fucking arbitrary definition, you have to do XYZ to be involved in my brain. So I'm going to, like, just run with that definition and assume that the rest of society, you know, abides by that, my arbitrary definition as well. You guys learned what, like, self-awareness is, right? Safi, you know what self-awareness is, right?
Yes. And
And
and when you lay it out the way you do, I see that I was not being fucking self-aware when I was
absolutely
in the way
not.
that yeah.
You guys cannot run with the idea that what goes on in your fucking noggin is how the world works. People learn this in middle school. They learn that in elementary school. And yet it took you to the big fucking almost 26 to realize that maybe spreading the fucking videos that dox people is involving yourself in spreading the dox.
Well, I remember. Okay, well, specifically, I don't remember boosting the fucking docs video. I did remember posting the like there was like I think Sparrow had made a fucking thread like way before the video came out. If it wasn't Sparrow, it would have been. It would have either been Edwin or maybe Waper. I just remember I remember retweeting a statement. I don't remember ever reposting the fucking video.
There was 2 videos. Do you remember posting any of them?
I do not.
Okay, well, fucking bless your soul for that, at least. Even though the logic, yeah, guys, like that's just pure fucking luck, though. Because you've already laid out your morals and your thinking, that you wouldn't have even had a problem with that. Oh, this is ridiculous. This is absolutely fucking... What a train wreck, you guys. Actual fucking train wreck. What a pathetic fucking train of thinking to have in your mid-20s. And yes, I am just being a fucking dick to you at this point. Because I'm... chat. No. No, we don't just excuse fucking dogmatic thinking when you're in your big 20s about shit this serious. No. You deserve to get shit on at that point. Also, yes, Christian, bro. Go chill. Go chill, bro. I know you're upset, and I think it's fucking perfectly fucking normal for you to be enraged by the fact that people saw you were getting doxxed, and we're completely just chill with it because my dogmatic thinking says that all accusations are true always, ever. absolutely understand being fucking enraged by that. But also, I care about you and I want you to take care of yourself. You know, I'll probably hit you up after stream and I'll hang out with you.
As far as this call goes, I know I don't really think I have any more questions. Is there any more that you have, Julie?
No, this doesn't change the involvement that I was going to, you know, have of you in situations when you were victimized. I want to make that very clear. In the situations where Safi was victimized, in the George Raccoon incident, Safi still deserves to speak their piece on that matter. But this will be like a black mark on your fucking reputation. The fact
And
that
I understand
that you participated in this.
Absolutely, and I'm willing to accept that.
And you know, I think there is more room, there are more paths for empathy that do not excuse anything, but at least make how you got there more understandable. To reiterate for the stream, I have no such feelings about Habit or Ty. I really fucking despise both of those guys, if I'm gonna be completely honest, given everything I learned about how bad the RCV document was and how much misinformation there was, and the fact that Ty was very publicly involved in spreading the misinformation, never clearing it up, all while having never even gone through the apparent evidence. Do I think there is hope for Safi? Probably. I'm really not fucking happy with you right now.
And I completely understand that. I do. Especially because, Julie, I know you specifically expected better of me given the George situation. I know you did, and I'm sorry that I let you down. I have a lot of apologies to give out, but that's one I want to give out since you're saying all this.
Oh, God. Ace, did you have any more questions regarding this situation in particular? Or anything else regarding tangentially related?
No, I think that the picture is pretty clear of like what transpired. I don't think it's malice. I just think it's emotionally rational decision making.
Complete fucking bullshit. Safi.
That's dumb.
I gave a chance for David to put out how they want to be remembered for this situation. I will give you the same opportunity. Speak your most genuine apology that you can. If you even want to. If you don't want to, just say that. And that can be the note you go out on. But if you want to give a genuine apology and you want something for people to remember you by in this situation, in terms of how you feel about your actions, just do it now.
Of course. I don't want to drag it on forever, so I want to just name the names, name what I did, and just apologize. So, to OBZ, to RCV, and specifically now, like, because I mentioned it earlier, to Christian, as well as just anyone who fucking expected better of me. I'm sorry. I dove in head first into a situation that I was far too emotionally fucking charged with, and instead of using any sort of fucking critical thinking or self-awareness, I just pushed these allegations forward, and because of that, it got someone hurt. It got RCV hurt. It got people who were friends with RCV hurt. And it's not right. It just isn't. I don't have a fucking excuse. I don't blame anyone for my involvement but myself. And I understand, Ace. I am glad that you have the perspective you do. But I also want to say, if you do believe that there was malice, I don't fucking blame you. I was stupid. That's just plain and fucking simple. I was stupid.
Yeah, I agree.
And I know there's some people. I'm sure there's some people in chat who are part of my community, of my community, and I want to say to you guys too, I'm sorry. Bluntly, even though this was before I started my VTubing, I used my platform fucking extremely irresponsibly, and I don't want. I guess the biggest thing I can say is, I know there's things that I know Truly mentioned, the George stuff. I don't want you guys to see that, but have that take away from the shit I fucked up with here. I fucked up, and there's no taking that back. But I do want to promise to everyone watching, to the people I've hurt, to my friends, my partners, and to you, Truly, and to Ace, that going forward, whether I'm on the internet or not, I want to be better about things like this, about how I treat people, just in general. And that's all I can really say, is that I should have known better. As a grooming victim myself, I should have known better than this.
Okay, are you finished?
I am.
Okay, then it's time for you to go.
Of course.
Oh, chat. I'm gonna unpause donos. We will be wrapping up the stream very, very shortly. But if you want to donate in the time left, feel free.
At Classic Crooked 345 donated $5 to the nation. So what I am getting from this is the SCC is the most brain dead community on the internet. Which is an accomplishment considering Sonic is around.
Yeah, I mean, bro, how much the Venn diagram between Sonic fans and the SCC is like a small circle inside of an infinitely larger circle. Oh, chat. What the fuck did we just deal with? How are you feeling, Ace?
Tired, but it's fine.
I'm also tired. This stream has been going on for 4.5 hours. I appreciate everyone that is, stuck out any significant part of that.
Yeah, did a lot of research today and calls today, so yeah, this is just more of that, just publicly lol.
Oh, you guys. Yeah, there's a reason why this title is ending the SCC's pred hunting days. Because as you guys have seen, the people who have partaken in this do not know how to.
As Sharkware 4284 donated $2 Australian to the nation. Damn.
Thank you.
At Balmeratsu donated $1.99 to the nation. A funeral.
Thank you, Ratsu.
As Sharkware 4284 donated $2 Australian to the nation. This was certainly a wild ride.
Yes, it was. Yes, it fucking was, bro. I don't even know what to say right now. This is just so...
I feel like everything that could be said was already said, lol.
Yeah,
At least for me.
I mean, thank God. Because everything is beyond me right now. Everything that we have discussed is like so beyond what I expected of these people.
Yeah.
Oh, Christian.
At Christy9F9T donated $1.99 to the nation. I apologize for being in the SCC.
You don't have to apologize for that question. Y'all have a good night. I'll see some of y'all in the server. God peed, Chuli. Yes, he did. Right down the middle. Boiled chicken in that bitch. Can't imagine how distraught poor Ren is feeling right now. Feeling betrayed by a multitude of people. Yeah. This is ridiculous. And I've said that before. And I just keep saying it. Because it's true.
AtomBreathWorld 2.0 donated $1.99 to the nation. Fun fact, frogs can have heart-shaped pupils.
Ew. Whoa!
Shark with 4284 donated $100 to the nation.
Oh.
Sorry you guys, and everyone else in the community have to deal with this bullshit. Here is one more donation.
What
Bosh.
the fuck? Shark? Jesus Christ. 07's in Shark. In chat for Shark. Holy shit. Thank you. I'll throw up. Ugh. Ugh. I'm gonna wait until I see those 07's in chat. I accidentally streamed on normal latency today. I apologize, everyone. I hope everyone is at least as okay as they can be. Because I know that this was a very wild stream, despite the chill tunes and bunnies. Ghoulish.
At Starbird3939 donated $4.99 to the nation. Hi, get me off this crazy ride. Everything is on fire. And Ephraim needs to take his licks.
True!
Edwin's Video Trashbin donated $4.99 to the nation. Bro, I'm kinda sad RN frowns.
That was... what? Why did it say that Edwin did that? That was Rin. Thank you, Rin. I understand that you're sad right now. Been on and off checking stream, by the way. Bro, it's fucking crazy. The stream was actually fucking wild. And I appreciate how much attention you guys have paid, because this was an important stream to do, and it was important conversations to have with these people. Oh. But I think for now, we're gonna go ahead and send off the stream. I don't know if I want to redirect to anyone. I don't even know if anyone's streaming right now.
I think Leo's on Cope and Seeds, but that's your call.
I could raid into
they're going
Vincent Martin again, even though he's not good streaming. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like it. Everyone, fuck the drama right now. Everyone go take the rest of the night for yourselves. Go play video games. Fucking have fun with each other. Jack off. Watch a movie. All at the same time. If you wanna. And if everyone else involved wants to as well. Goodbye, everyone. Hey, say bye.
Bye. Sorry, I'm just out of it. Lol.
Oh, shit.
At Roxascuzuno Haxai 1682 donated $9.99 to the nation. After a while of streaming, I think everyone should hydrate, and if it's close to bedtime, then get some sleep. Good night, everyone, and see you in the next stream. Chalai aka.
Oh, you got fucking got. AKA Sinistar from the asteroids. So fucking true. I am from the stars. Goodbye, everyone. If you happen to donate after the stream has ended, then I will replay your Super chat in the next mainline stream. I will finish playing Resident Evil 4 probably tomorrow. And then I will stream on Thursday, I don't know, about some other drama shit, whatever the fuck is going on. Good night. Good night, everyone. Enjoy yourselves. Goodbye. Join the Patreon server. Join my Patreon. Goodbye, everyone.
Brr.